people. We've got people all over
Thank
the
you.
world tonight. It's very nice to connect to you all. There's obviously, you can imagine there's thousands and thousands of people wanting to get involved, and it's great that it's all networking together. But we are going to need some people that are giving their 5 hours in things like administration, something that I've just seen, researching, things like that. And we have got a lot of people already doing this, but it was enough to kind of keep us going at the level that we were at. Now there's like this second wave, let's call it. Let's take the jurisdiction of the definitions of coronavirus and define it ourselves. So we've got all of these people now who, if we can bring them all up to the same level that we're at. So first of all, if there is anybody who has sent an email and not received a reply yet, can you just put your email address in the chat box? And so we can, because what's happening is we obviously having our communications messed around with, because they obviously don't like what it is that we're doing, but it's the worst that they can do. So I've just seen, while it's fresh in my head, there's a YouTube video, subject access, it's on, regarding what happened. I don't know whether that was today. It was uploaded 7 hours ago at Hyde Park. And this, you know, what we need to do is, if we know that there's something going on in that area, is you actually go with a loud hailer, and if you need me at the other end of the phone, and just put the phone up to it, and we can give everybody who is obviously feeling the same way about having their rights assumed as we are, that we can start to give them the picture. And obviously we've also got, you're not supposed to, legally, project your voice anywhere other than Hyde Park at Speaker's Corner. But we've also got the Free Energy Party UK as a political party that registered in the Electoral Commission. It has obviously been embargoed for our behaviour. We were the only political party to tell you not to vote for anybody, and that it was all fraud, and they didn't really like that much, but it does mean that you can still refer to that. So if the policy enforcers try to silence you at that level, then you've got that to stand on. I actually put this in place, practice this outside the House of Parliament. After they told me to shut up one year, I went back and let them have it, on a little fold-out step and a loudspeaker, a loud hailer. RTM videoed that, but you can only see the end of it. That was at Occupy Parliament 2014. And you just see the pair of these policy enforcers' feet jumping up and down on the sign, because that's really all they could do. I want to just speak about that, because it is the power of one individual standing up and saying, you know, with that amount of awareness, that you've all got the ability to be able to tap in. Not one of us is any different from anybody else. There's no special techniques required. You don't have to think, oh, you know, it's too complex for me or anything like that. It's not. It's just very, very simple steps and logic that you use. So we know that they've written this legislation, and we know that they've tried to define universal law. So at the point where you're let's say projecting your voice and exercising your right of free speech, and they're going to try to suppress that, use the tools that they've created, use their definitions back at them. Well, I'm a political party, so you can't shut me up. So then they have to bring the what are they called? The heritage police with the red band round the hats. And they're shouting, even if you're a political party, you can't project your voice outside the House of Parliament because it's private land. Well, at that point, I was acting as the role of Sheriff of Dorset as well. So I was just standing down or standing up standing down the policy enforcers and standing up the protesters to give them all of the, to give them all their, what I thought was what they needed, common law standing as deputies to arrest those impersonating police officers. And suddenly these two girls came running over shouting, they're going to arrest you. And I just carried on. As this team of policy enforcers came towards me, and the whole protesters just formed a ring around me, and they couldn't get through. And then a very special being who's very close to me had come and accompanied me there, and he's built like a massive Viking, and he plays rugby, and suddenly he shouts this word, and I've looked at him, and that's when all of this ruckus started off, and he just rugby tackled them all, and they all went over a big wave, all on the floor. And I carried on shouting, and then I'm looking at them in complete agog that looked like this tidal wave of people just went, protesters, film crew, policy enforcers, and they didn't dare do anything at that point. And this particular being came over and he said, look, we're going to get arrested, we're going to get arrested. I said, we're not, otherwise we would have already been arrested if they could do it. They can't do it. When you invoke universal law, something else happens, is all I can say. You are breaking that spell that is created by that birth certificate. And so I've just watched these policy enforcers marching around Hyde's Corner in Hyde Park at Speaker's Corner, and kettling the people, obviously dividing them up and putting you into segregations, which is what they're doing across the country now. So, you know, this is in micro form, it's played out for you in Hyde Park. Now, if we've got somebody to go there, put this information out to those people, can you imagine how long that all those thousands of people up there, how long would they suddenly realise that you cannot claim against the secured party creditors? You cannot lay a claim, because the secured party creditors, which is you guys, your secured party creditors, need to learn what that really means, which is that you were acting as an unsecured creditor of HM government and all agents thereof by crediting your everything you are to their legal fiction. So just that one thing, immediately you see them on this, it's called subject access. So if somebody can, contact subject access on YouTube and let them see the video that went out on observation decks in some way, if somebody can do that. And let's see if we can get this very simple information to as many people as possible, especially at that particular moment where they've all felt the need to come together. You know, I don't know what the reason was, but I'm glad to see people coming together. And you know, it's just, what do we do now? And I just saw a young girl get rugby tackled to the floor, and you saw that, you know, they've just got they weren't police constables, they were flat cap wearers and impersonating the police. Well, as secured party creditors, have you given this private corporation a license? As secured party creditors, have you given the share of your planet and its resources to be laundered to allow for this kind of so-called policing law to be administered into your communities? And by getting people into that position of, right, okay, they're looking for somebody to tell them, you know, stand up first, that's all. And that's why it only takes one. And then there's another one, and another one, and obviously in the background here, through all the things that we're all connected to, obviously there's everybody on the Rock of Light, if we're going to include that, but just people who've got awareness of universal law and the ecclesiastical standing that has been corrupt in universal law, you've got 22 million people at all different variations of learning and practicing all of these different steps. So by connecting everybody together, I don't mind if you ring me up at, on a Sunday afternoon and say, can you just speak, I'm in the middle of Hyde Park, can you just tell these people about the restoration of rights as the creditors, and just put them in the picture about the fact that if they use the legal fiction, are they committing fraud? So, watching a young girl get rugby tackled to the ground by a load of corporate policy enforcers who haven't got a contract, they're not even got an insurance because you've pulled out. You were their surety. You were standing surety to all that system. And now all of the assets that they've claimed was theirs has been used to offset the debt that they encouraged you to make by using legal fiction to put all of your equitable rights behind and then buy it back as a privilege. And because it's gone on for so long and it has become true by acquiescence, when a judge stands up and says there's no common law in this country anymore, he's right. Why? Because first of all, we didn't know what it was that we were screaming we wanted, that common law rights. People didn't realise or even bother to look, where does the common law sit in the rest of the ecclesiastical pyramid prism of Delta mindset is what we're talking about. So we have to get out of Delta in our minds and say, right, okay, and we're moving into this conscious awareness of being unconsciously competent. We're consciously incompetent at the moment. We know there's something that we want to do, but how do we do it? And so this platform has been proven and practiced, and that hypothetical presumption that they require you to make for them to exist, you just simply stop doing that. It doesn't matter what it is that they are coming at you with, they cannot come at you at all if you quieten the presumption that they exist, first of all, in your mind, and they stop coming. Because they can only, if they are dependent on you breathing life into their system, why would you? Why would you pick something up and say, that's mine, but you can't prove it? That name is that, how can you prove that that name is yours? You can't. Ask the questions, it's logic. Can I use something that doesn't belong to me without the rightful owner's consent? Well, first of all, nobody can own anything. And so what they're trying to do now is fill your minds with this, this communism, whatever it is, definition that they've given the three guys that look like they've just stepped off a Star Trek set. Schwab's, whatever his name is, standing there saying, you're going to own nothing and be happy. Well, we own nothing now, but we're miserable because we think that we should own something, so we can create a fear of loss is all that we've got. A liability created by an indebted mind that believes that it is something that, or nothing, in fact, it believes it is a nothing. We're here using and defining ourselves as a nothing.
See, they think you're self-defeating. You're not going to win it. They both voted for you. We don't.
And that was obviously something. So, can't be nothing. And really, that's what we've got when we say that, hello, that's my name. It's not. It's a legal fiction. So what are you saying that you are? Just really simple. I'm saying I'm a dead thing and I don't know what I'm doing. Oh, you must need a government then. And look what dead things that don't know what they're doing have to represent them as the governing of their mental state. Psychosis doesn't quite define it to the degree that it, that's what's being played out. And we're creating this, by believing first of all, that anything that is a nothing has got any jurisdiction over you if you know that you're something. I don't know what it is, but you know, I've got lots of names, I'm sure, and I said this before. I don't care what you call me, because you know, it's never going to be worse than something I call myself for a start off, such as that slave name. So I'm good with any titles and names and labels that you might want to stick to me, but they're just unalienable. Is exactly that. You cannot attach a charge to something that is unchargeable. So how do you become unchargeable? Just stop charging yourself, because it's you who was doing the claiming. So I know that a lot of people who've come to this just recently in such a big way, I've spent a lot of time doing lots of research, and hats off to you for getting on with it and not, you know, and finding your way through all of that. And so the people have been calling me and saying that they're about to stick their hair or DNA on a piece of paper and send it somewhere. First of all, let's have a look at that. For me, I can't give you my DNA because it's not mine. I assign the consent of it away, and I have I'll call it a contract if you like. I have a joinder in with that thing that I assigned my DNA to. Plus, it's not actually mine because I didn't create it. So how can I grant you the right of use of something that's not mine? If you need a receipt, a bill of exchange, or a document that says, hello, from your trust that you assigned your DNA to, then make one. You're the trust. You are the executor of your own decision making. You're the chief executive of your own cooperation, if you like. And you are the grantor and the grantee. Can you just put yourselves on mute, please? And you are here to determine this for yourself. So, you know, when we get, just think what you're doing. Am I still crediting the belief bucket, if you like, of somebody somewhere? If I send my DNA to somebody, they'll leave me alone. Or am I just compounding my indebted mind that imaginary system that I created in my delta mindset, didn't know that it was creating reality with every thought it had? It's I'm still investing my credit and energy into it, because I still think that I need to chop my hair and stick it on a bit of paper and send it somewhere. The same thing with the roles building and all of this. This it's like residual. If you imagine a huge database, and all the little compartments of information, little bits of information inside there. Some of that information doesn't exist in there anymore, because there's enough of us to have pulled out that belief from there. We keep coming in and not in, but to the border and saying, come on guys, come on, other little bits of information. You just got to stop thinking that now whatever it is that you need to do to shut down that paper fiction reality in your mind, it might look like a load of papers, it might look like your DNA on sticky back plastic, it might look like a photograph on a cardboard Blue Peter badge, you know, packet ID card. So whatever it is that you still invest in your mind a belief in, you need to shut that door completely down. But before you can recognize that there's even a door to shut down, you need to ask yourself, what is it that I'm actually doing? And, you know, just stop at that point. What am I actually, not what am I thinking, but what is it that I'm actually doing? And who is it who's in control of my body? Oh, it's my mind. Okay, so who is in control of your mind at the moment? Common law court, David Wood Miller, even me, you know, coming on here and asking me about what's in my mind. But this that is in my mind is for you to take as a like a structure, imagine like a blueprint, and for you to build on that what it is that you want to see, you know, in your community. Because otherwise it's just, once again, a centralized think tank writing your script for you. If you've heard or seen something or experienced something, and put your own, assemble your own pieces of it. What does it mean to me? That what, and does it, am I going to allow it to mean anything? Am I going to I'm going to control what it is that I create into matter, because that's what is really happening. And that is why it looks like a great big pantomime, because we've got still part of our universal conscious self state still resonating to a belief in, not in, fiction. So it's either fiction or it's not. I'm either a creditor of that fiction or I'm not. If I'm still in that transition point, then it's all, when I talk about, do I need slave tokens, do I not? It's because you still haven't shut down those doors in your mind that slave tokens got some value, first of all, that you need to wait for somebody else to do it. This is too good to be true. Nothing's given for free. All of those wonderful limiting beliefs that we all pick up, and address that and say, right, okay, well, why am I picking that up? How have I got any first-hand evidence of this? No. So I'm going to pick this up and I'm going to put it into practice, and I'm going to take the bits that work for myself now, speaking as yourselves to yourselves. Who are you? I'm me, myself, and I. And the triad of trusts that was once presumed by my mind, that a Vatican, an empty vat, had my mind inside there, and all my history and my wealth and my treasure and they've stolen it. No, you gave it to them with thinking that. If we don't think that, it doesn't work, it doesn't manifest like that. And that is the biggest fraud that they've pulled. If it looks like pieces of paper and account numbers and receipts from the company's house to get you into gear to say, right, okay, well, I recognise that as having some value. Where? In the legal fiction system. It would be so much better for us if the legal fiction system made themselves obsolete, instead of us having to come in and pull out individual minds and say, look, what you're doing with your mind. And if you can't stop creating house, just put yourself in neutral. Okay, what does this feel like? Put a sign in your mind. Stop thinking here and go and swing on it a bit. It's putting yourself into that position where something else can come to communicate through you, instead of this babble mind giving it, oh, it's this, it's this, it's this, and if it's that and that and that, I have to do this and this and this, according to who? And then, okay, I'm going to do, okay, I'll do that, and then I'm going to go around and say, does everybody agree with me that this is all right? No, we don't care. If it's right for you, great. If it's worked for you, great. Put it all together and then write about this wonderful thing that you created. In fact, you won't even need to write about it because we can see it. But what we're seeing is if you imagine your mind now that's scared of itself, it creates this barrier, let's call it, like a border. This is the slave patrol of your mind, dressed up in a magic uniform that gives it some kind of power to break to resist its very origins itself. So it's in direct dissonance, vibrationally, with itself anyway. What is that? It's us. We're in direct resistance to ourselves. Why? Because we've got a billion universal reasons why. That's why we're all scattered about like we are. And why 1,000 people standing in Hyde Park can't get their act together, no matter what belief mechanism it is I've had projected on me. Even those policy enforcers, unless they're all drones, are all equally debt slaves if you support that system of slavery. And so what they need in order for them to exist, is your credit, your being, your belief in them, the belief in the legal fiction, the belief that you own something. And by putting those beliefs, just doesn't matter what else comes after that, the belief that first that I'm a legal fiction, I'm defining myself as a nothing. Let's stop doing that, just that one thing. And go, right, okay, I'm going to a point now where I haven't got any definition. And as many people who can get their minds out of that vortex of parasiting off it, which is what's happening, then we can say, okay, it's really not done in my name then, because I haven't got one. I have not got a name for you to do anything with. I sold it, or I, like we said with the granting of the DNA, and if you go and you tell them that you sold a name, they'll tell you can't. And you say, why not? Because it's not yours. Or why are you asking me to pay for it then? And it is that simple. Why are you trying to get me to use something that I can't sell because it's not mine? Why would I incriminate myself? And what happens, more importantly, if you don't? Okay, so they're coming now and saying you need to identify yourself. Here you go, Minister Emoven. I heard some of them saying, prove that you're all from the same household. Well, how about we'll prove that we're Minister Emoven, all of us together? Nobody in your system, doesn't matter which household I come from. It's definitely doesn't, the household that I belong to definitely isn't recorded in the council tax register anyway in your system. And we belong to the Elas household, the house of the Rock of Light. And so when you're pulling out your warranty card, that's what you're saying, that we are really one tribe. We realize that, and we are all beings of the light. So when you say I'm Minister Emoven, you're removing all definition that they could take the jurisdiction of you of, and standing there in your universal law state, uncorrupted, unadulterated, unalienable, and the energy that, even saying this to you, it's like waves of energy going through the back of my head. That we talked before about invoking universal law, and by the power invested in me through universal law, I shall not commit fraud upon my soul. And it's like this, something happens. And that's why they've given you a piece of paper and fixed a contract with it and said it to you. It's not. Prove it. Prove that that's me. Prove that that's you. You can't. I mean, this is the hilarity of it. That's not valid ID. Well, tell me what is then. Are you saying that a passport issued by a private corporation is valid ID if I have to use something that says it's not mine to get one? I don't think so. By even the greatest stretch of imaginations and fluoridated minds that you could ever consider that to be remotely true or valid. So instead of you running around taking this wonderful, all of these wonderful knowledge that you've gained and say, right, I'm going to put you in the court. Which court? The courts that are waiting for you to go and restore your rights to and turn into a ministry of remedies so that you can remedy this under universal law in your community, that are all listed on HM Government's website up for sale. When a property goes up for sale, the right of use is surrendered, first of all. Second of all, you're the secured party creditor, which was nicely acknowledged by the Companies House, let's say, even if they didn't under or understand what it was that was actually going on there. And they needed to say, yes, we acknowledge secured party creditor status, because if they didn't, all that they've secured themselves on would have collapsed. So, we're we've got that wonderful one from the land registry about saying that a debt equity swap is not recognisable. They don't recognise it. It's great. So slowly but surely they are dissolving themselves. But that's because in your mind, you're dissolving your belief in it. You know, we've got no value to the royal family. Where have they gone? Everything's up for sale because it's got a restoration of rights on it. And at this point now, you're acting as the official receivers of your own debt because we all created this with our indebted mind. So you say, right, okay, if I've been peacefully surrendering my collateral to the legal fiction, then if I read UCC 960999610, and you can see that on the Cornell University online UCC definitions, and I would download it now because they probably take that off there. Anyway, while that's there, you can see that that's what they've been doing to you guys. So you've been peacefully surrendering all of your rights behind that legal fiction, and now what you've done is you've stepped out of that legal fiction. What is it that they've got now? Empty credit file, empty account. That box there that we talked about before, being in a grid inside a matrix system, just became zero value to them because it's empty. It's got no information in it. There's absolutely, the name of the thing is lost, so all knowledge of the thing goes with it. Can you imagine them trying to do their laundry service on data that has got a big question mark inside it? Don't know. What is this? How can we bet and gamble on the stock markets if we don't know? If you're an unquantifiable commodity, oof, too risky. So by you becoming off the grid, literally, I mean, people have said to me, not everybody wants to live like you. Well, I look at the way that you know, the other way that we've been living up till now, and I'd rather not have anything to do with that, thank you. And if you want that, then you know, people saying about claiming their estate back or their treasury account back. If I can buy you with slave tokens, you're not in the right place here. You know, there's more work to do on the value of something that belongs to somebody else that you've got, or the thing that, in fear of loss of what? I've got all of these fictional numbers on the screen somewhere that represents my slavery and everybody else as well, and I want my dividends from that. You're worse than I are. Give me my share of that slavery system. No. If you want that, that's what that looks like. Go and get yourself marched around Hyde Park by the barrier that you've created in your own mind still. And that's, so when we start to break through this barrier, imagine that the boot literally is, because it is, on the other foot now. And those policy enforcers who are trespassing upon the asset that has been used as this debt equity swap, you've got a 10 quadrillion surety indemnity, which far outbalances anything that Bill Gates can even imagine to stump up, because he needed us to hedge his bets on, and he hasn't got it anymore. So the more people that pull their mind out of this coronavirus malarkey, and you go out there and start to give the antidote, I mean, it is down to you doing it. If you've got loads of people and your shops are all shut in your community, even if you opened a kind of credit outlet, who's going to come? Nobody. So go to where the people are congregating, such as Hyde Park or other places, and go and give them the coronavirus immunity and the antidote. Give them a spray, and off they go. You just put a forward slash against your ledger roll exemplification number of your warrant that you're operating as Minister Emoven under universal law on behalf of the secured party creditors, and you're restoring these people's rights to them. Now, if you, instead we had 1,000 Minister Emovens standing in Hyde Park protecting the rights, but not then just in Hyde Park. Why should you only be able to project your voice in one particular place. We've got guys around here that come shouting, get your cabbages then, get your cabbages and your tomatoes, 8 o'clock in the morning there. It's great. Because you don't have to go to the supermarket. So, it's a bit inconvenient because they're shouting by the cabbages. No, I'd rather have that. I'd rather get out of bed and go downstairs and I've got a guy in the van with some cabbages and that he's grown himself. And do an exchange with him there for some oil or something. Then go to the supermarket and stand in the queue and suffocate myself and buy some GMO shit with my plastic card. So, it's like, I really love it and it's really great. And have you put a rock in your hand? No. Now, the ones that have, that's a different tale. Those people that have put rocks in their hands, they're minister events in their absolute, whatever you could imagine, because they actually exchanged, they gave a share of the planet and its resources that they've got the right of use of and extended it to another. That's kindness credits. It's not about just learning all this information and then going selling it, as a coaching thing or as a what they've been doing with Getless or whatever it is that going. And Mark Christian, is it 10 grand or something that you pay? Anyway, that's, if we don't pull our minds out of this completely and stand together, the herding that's gone on already, herded you all into pens to make you all nice and manageable, is absolute prime, textbook tactics for what you would do at a market for the sheep going to the slaughter. I'm sorry to say. I'm not an outsider looking in. You're my family and my own family are there as well. And, it's how bad has it got to get before you turn around and say, I don't care, whatever it is I thought I didn't have the time to do. That's why I haven't done these things. You haven't got any more time to do it in the now, right now, because that's all you've got anyway. And it's what you do right now that makes what comes next as now what it appears as. And so, we're organising these meetups, and you've just got to put yourself into a position where you trust universal law. Is all I can say. I can't do that bit for you. I can stand surety to the things that might have been occupying your mind to stop you considering doing something like upholding the law, for example, or ensuring that bioethics was at the forefront of anything that remotely medical, for example. Education. So you're going to go and send my children. I can't send my children to school. Well, good. You shouldn't have been doing that anyway. And we've had, like I was saying, people contacting us. There's all sorts of things we can do between us now because it is so big and very concentrated now in England. And that's why they've done what they've done to you, because you did have, and you have got a clear comprehension of some kind of definition of rights compared to the rest of the world, because we went round and enforced them all and everybody remembers. So we've got this amazing cognitive dissonance that about the Queen and the sovereignty, and we really believe in the hierarchy system. So the imagine cognitive dissonance as an output, as a commodity. Then what's going on at the moment on that island? This huge amount of cognitive dissonance and nihilism, in fact, going into the universe. Don't know what to believe, don't know what to think, don't know what to do. So I'm not going to do anything. I'm just going to sit and wait for somebody to tell me what to do. I'm just going to wait for them to come with the army, herd us up, inject them all the children at school, and then what? Then it's too late, that's what. So, go to the supermarkets where the people are. Go to anywhere that the people are congregating. And okay, They don't listening to me, the zombies. It's what you do that counts, not them. And every time you sow a seed, that's it. You just sowing the seeds. You don't. We know. You know. It's like growing a tree. You know that you're never going to sit in the shade of it, but it doesn't stop you planting one, does it? Because what, like we talked about before, what if you do come around anyway? And what about the other parts of yourself? If you have a mind worth sharing with other people and supporting other people with, or giving them guidance, then let's first look at what it is that I'm considering to give you advice on. What is it I've done myself? What can I speak of, you know, with first-hand experience? So we don't all have to learn all the ins and outs of this to help these people get to the point where you've got to in this. They don't have to go down the rabbit hole. They don't have to go and come along all of those different definitions. They are waiting for someone to come and tell them what to do. So, hello, Minister Emoven. I'm here on behalf of the Secure Party Creditors, the HM government, and I'm just here to give you a health check. How are you doing today? Is there anything that you, as a community, we can help you with? Are you having a problem with your benefits, for example, your council tax? Are you able to pay your bills? Would you like me to explain a little bit more about what it is that we're able to do and discharge all your liabilities in exchange for you giving 5 hours a week? Bam. And only, you know, it doesn't matter if they tell you to jog on or you're a lunatic or whatever. The fact that you have bothered about consideration of another part of yourself starts to build this other etheric layer, let's call it, a net that vibrates to a different frequency so that we can project our whatever it is that we project into matter. Because if we can create that shit show like that, to that degree, then it's so simple to do it in a different frequency, isn't it? So when the laptop's crashing and you're electrocuting yourself and you know, your normal instinct is to go, ah, don't do it. This is me testing myself now. I know what lights my gas lighting. I know how to light my own gas. I'm good at that. So and I know that it gives this energy that something somewhere gets bigger from me investing my energy in that frequency. And if I don't, and I just get a grip of that thought, feeling, action process and my practice behavior pattern, and I go, okay, right, I'll do something else, do a little dance, or, you know, go and pat the dog, or just say, okay, universe, I hear you. I'm not supposed to be doing this right now. I'm supposed to be looking at a rock. and you know, it's acceptance. So I can consider what it is that I'm accepting. What am I accepting as reality? Based on the consideration that we've just talked about, then would you now you know that it was done in with your consideration and your focused well, not on focus, maybe intent on capitalism. How much money can I make? How much money have I got? How much money do I need? How much money haven't I got? And all it is the fear of loss when you've got everything that you possibly could ever need suddenly can come in because you haven't diminished everything you need to a piece of paper that's called a slave token, and put that belief as a blockage to you accessing whatever it is that you require right then. So this is really great that so many people are getting this. And we've moved into a position where some people have been creating apps, and now we're able to put up your 5 hours in an app under headings. So any headings that we missed off on that list that went up, please add it. I missed tree surgery off, and I should have put that. And we've also got a private plane in there as well, but not the one that somebody just posted, but that was a very interesting post that somebody posted. Somebody popped up with. And I think it's going to be very busy this year. I don't know how many people you can fit in it, but anyway. What I'm saying is that you've got a lot of people on now able to access one another's information, do your exchanges, build these hubs. You've got some amazing people in the community who've pulling all the strings, organising all of this, so there's distribution, meeting ups. And I love the fact that people are ringing me and saying, where can I put my 5 hours in now? Which means that you've, whatever degree it was that you needed, whatever paper it was that you sent, you've finally, the rocks dropped out your head and into your hand and gone, right, okay, I get it now. And it was always there for you to do this. It was only, what we've been doing was illegal and unlawful because it breaks the law, as we've learned. So when we were saying, is it legal? Well, do we want to define anything as legal anymore? Let's ask, is it lawful? Yes, it's lawful. And it rebuts the legal system because the legal system is unlawful. And the more people who just get that little twist in their, let's say, syntax, their synapses, then this is going to be a lot quicker, this to snowball, but not too quick because I've got to keep up, please, universe. And so there's an app, and then Cara's organised, she's got these hubs, so it's really great that it doesn't matter what you believe, does it, as long as you don't want to force it on anybody, and we all share that common belief. So if we're going to have a common belief, let it be that we are all indefinable beings of universal law. If that's the definition, what we need to give then, and to encourage those people who are maybe locked on certain words meaning certain things, which means that I can't be included because I don't agree with you on this and this and this. Put all of those things, we're going to the point before definition, remember, and look at each other then. We're all indefinable beings, aren't we? Before we start to say, I'm this, I'm that, that's this, that's that. If you say this, then you mean that, so I'm going to put you in a box over there and stick you in the matrix and judge myself based on my perception of a reflection of myself, which is completely psychotic. So if we can just get out of our psychotic state and say, right, okay, I've been a bit psychotic like you, and laugh at ourselves, and then we can overcome any state of psychosis because we're creating it. That's the psychotic bit. And when you read the Greek alphabet backwards, starting with omega, which is what we are, and you go to the next letter, psi, and psi is, for me, 3 bandwidths. So one thing dividing itself to examine itself in 3 bandwidths of red, yellow, and blue, and sound that collects matter to appear in such colours in the back of a perceiver's eye or mind. And so the psi is where the words psychology, psychosis. And if we start to become aware of our psychotic state or state of psychosis, this thing that we are becoming conscious of, then we're one step away from omega, aren't we? And so start with that. Don't start with alpha. Start with omega. Now, I've written a document, if anybody wants one of these, it just talks about defining the alphabet backwards, really, and what the symbols have been passed down, which we've missed out so much of not having this amazing information in its undiluted form. Of course, it's still diluted, and it's still, I'm not saying it's by any means the truth, but I'm saying when you hear it, it makes you feel something, and when you speak it, into being, it manifests itself very quickly when you use these different definitions. So about writing your own definitions, a lot of people said, can you give us a glossary? Well, these words like secured party creditor and trustee, transferee, transferor, these are just titles. It doesn't, whether you see creditor or debtor or whatever, we're all of those things. They've divided us up into those titles. And again, if you want to go into that matrix and try and understand every definition that they've written, you're going to end up back in the Vatican. The Vatican, for me, holds the keys of the empty mind. It's, you know, that is what we're doing. We're going, oh, I need to now comprehend or understand every single bit of this thing that I've just found out is fiction. So stop taking your truth to that fiction and bring the fiction to the truth. It's fiction. Okay, but we can create fiction that appears real. What is fiction? Our psychological awareness compounded in fee. If that's what it looks like. If you look at the sunflower or your body or whatever, it's fee. So if it's compounded omega, focus concentrated energy in matter, creating matter, then okay, well, you now are in a position where you're starting to fully comprehend the real value, if we want to call it that, of your consent when you give that to that legal fiction. It's not just a tick in a box. It's all that you didn't even know that you were, that you're handing over. All of that you never had a definition of. And so by you not accepting that which you have considered, you are keeping yourself in alignment with your unwritten agreement with yourself as a maker. You've stopped giving yourself away to some part of you that was parasiting off itself through fear of knowing just that, or thinking or feeling that that is a possibility, and going and investing your amazing minds in creating that, or with that. Okay, I'm that. What can I do with it? Well, if I do that, that happens. If I think that, that happens. Some of the letters that somebody's put up there of the Greek alphabet, they obviously, when the Romans took the alphabet and did what they did to it with Babylonian, they took out some of the symbols, and some of the symbols that they took out tell it's a circle with a little eye outside the circle, and they turned it into Q. And it means an awareness of yourself as one, in their old definitions. So each one of these words has got its own story. They're amazing, and obviously take that story and use it yourself and see what those words mean to you, what those phonetic sounds as you pronounce them into this creational field. And like kindness, for example, kindness doesn't have as a word. Now, when we talk about kindness, any word, it means something different to everybody, really. That's why you should write your own glossary, so that nobody can misinterpret you, and so that you're not all sharing one set of somebody's beliefs and definitions anymore. Mean what you say and say what you mean, and if it needs writing down, then don't say anything at all. I don't wish to speak to you because I know that's contract 2. Here's paper, because you're from paper fiction, and I must have still got a door whizzing around somewhere in my head to see you appear in my life. Okay, my experience. So by you using your own definitions, this is starting with the self-determination. You're determining what is. So when we talked about the word kindness to the people here, eugenia is really what, when I've described kindness, I have to describe the feelings or the thoughts behind these words, because the Greek people are just like, yeah, the words don't mean anything. They don't speak to us. They don't resonate, and they don't. They're completely flat. And so when we discussed what kindness meant to me, really, the word in Greek is dikeo, and your dikeo mata is your rights. So when you're talking about dikeo credits or kindness credits, this is not about doing a bit of black money or non-taxpayer, anarchist. This currency reserves my rights. That's it. So DQ, it doesn't matter what my rights are. I was talking about this yesterday evening about some little plants, and I said, don't do anything to those plants. Everybody's got, I put some coffee on it, do this to it, it needs this, and they're dead. So there's, you've got your own connection to the things that you've spat on. So it's the truth. And planted. So and they said, you better stick in all rights reserved sticker on the plant pot then. I said, this is just, we laughed because it was such a funny thing to hear somebody say. And I just said, why would anybody ever need to even suggest that I had to reserve my rights? Why are we living or creating a reality where we have to state all rights reserved or my unalienable rights or why? Why is there a presumption in our mind that somebody somewhere can come along and trample on something that you've said is yours? And because they can't, can they? You have to let them do that. You have to, because you have to imagine for that had to happen, that you had any rights, first of all. So that's clearly established at the moment. I can't say that I've got any rights if I use the legal fiction. So, but if I'm then trying to establish what my rights are, then I'm back into definition. I'm trying to say, I've got a right to this and I've got a right to that. To who are you talking? To yourself. Well, you're psychotic. You don't need to go around and say, I'm just going to reconfirm I have a right to breathe. I mean, come on. We're living in a reality where we're waiting for something else, a governing of your mind to tell you you can breathe, or you can open your shop, or you can use a rock, or you can put your number plates on your car and live freely and grow your food and create communities. You can do that. If you need somebody to tell you you can do that, then this is the universal law speaking. You do it and restore your rights if that's what people need to hear, because only you can. Only you can settle the debt that you created by not crediting it anymore. How did I create this debt? Well, I used legal fiction and put everything that I didn't even know I was behind it, and that's what this looks like. So, okay, we're at that point where, right, well, I don't know what to do now. We're back to that unconscious, consciously incompetent. You do know what to do. You did just carry on doing whatever it was that you were doing before, if you were helping people and if you were causing harm on other people because you thought that you needed to pay your electricity bill or your mortgage, then you haven't got an excuse for that anymore. Nobody needs to be just doing my job. Everybody is now going to be doing their job with intent. And if you are parading around the streets with intent to cause harm, then us as a community of universal law and it being upheld, we cannot accept that offer of that definition of policing. So in the background, when you secure a company, that company is enabled to raise credit, or it's like being bankrupt, discharge debts. It has to go into the hands of the official receivers, for example, to divvy up the goodies and pay the secured party creditors first. So you are the secured party creditors to HM government, and you need to restore your rights to your water. So we talked about before about well, all of the rights that these companies need to create your own co-operations now, where you decide between yourselves who's good at what, who wants to do what, build your own energy exchange to replace the stock exchange, and open these places for people to come to, which obviously they're going to, the policy force are going to come. Everybody says that, but apparently they don't. Everybody thinks that we can't do this. It's not true. You can. Every single one of you can do this. Every single one of you can get out of that house tomorrow, or the minute that you hear this on the YouTube or whatever, and you can go across the road and ask them, are you okay? Have you heard this? Have you seen this? Do you want some organic food? Whatever level that they're at, speak to them at that level. Hello. Even that. Put a sticker on your car or your van and drive around and give them the antidote to this placebo mindset. But first, you've got to give it to yourself. And that's why you haven't gone around and sprayed anybody with it yet. Because you're like, I'll get arrested. For what? By who? Got you down there? For what? Who have you got here, first of all? We're stuck. You heard the word yourself. I haven't got a legal fiction, nothing to contract with you with. And they're going to put me in a freezing cell. Okay, put a warm coat on. That's all I can say. And be prepared, because you're not on your own anymore. They were picking you off one by one. And now everybody needs to know that there is millions of you, and that's why the coronavirus came to infect you all and lock you down, because they didn't want the rest of you to know all of this information, because they know that they're finished. Not because you have to go and actually do anything. I mean, we talked about restoring the police stations and stuff. There's loads of police stations and cop buildings all up for sale. Go and restore the rights to them and open up tomorrow. Here in Greece, you've got a police station. It's just a house in each town. And a couple of doors, a couple of rooms with metal doors on them. You know, you have got more right to create your own private protection patrol than they have, because they're a private corporation. They've got nothing to protect anymore except the belief of coronavirus. Well, doesn't that tell you that it's game over? If the only scraping of the bottom of the barrel that they can come up with to keep you away from this undeniable truth is that you've got coronavirus, or you're a threat to yourself. What are you doing out here? I'm catching the coronavirus. What do you mean you're catching it? Well, we've already closed it, and we've got the antidote, and we've just dropped it. And now you need to evacuate the place unless you want to be infected with the antidote. Stops you believing in it. Go and drop that as a truth bomb in your communities. You know, and they want to talk about wake up the people. Wake up the people then. What are they dreaming in their dreamy state? They're dreaming that there's a virus. So what do you do in your lucid dreaming state? You project somebody standing there with the antidote. Okay, well, we've got him. It's Bill Gates. Bill Gates, all hail Bill Gates, is coming to the rescue with the antidote. Bill Gates, you are your saviour. I've stuck something in myself. We've just done this at one of the hospitals and wanted to do a test on somebody. So the Bioethical Research Centre called yesterday and said, hello, I'm from the Bioethical Research Centre, and I understand that you are wanting to experiment with DNA that is being assigned to us for our clinical trials of the antidote of the coronavirus. Unfortunately, can't do that because that DNA belongs to us. and I can furnish you with a copy of the test results, which is a COVID clean certificate. And off it went. No test. We don't recognise this because it's not an NHS. Well, we don't recognise anything that you've got from the NHS because it's secured, because it was granted license to operate by HM government, and we revoked it. And that's why I'm saying to you that, you know, talking about going and restoring hospital, there's some lovely well-equipped hospitals all over the country that are just waiting to harvest you all up in there in the name of coronavirus if you don't go and secure them. So this is what the doors in your mind look like right now. When you go out in the streets and you see that, this is an apparition of your mind. And you need to close those doors down by actually putting your trust in universal law. It's the only thing that I can say. And you just go, okay, I either do trust this thing that I say that I trust, or I'm even my oath to myself, my word to myself doesn't mean shit, because I don't really trust what it is that I'm saying when I say I trust in universal law. Where's my trust? I want my trust. I'm going to liquidate my trust. Your trust is in tatters. They destroyed and divided up your trust and sold it off between themselves. And that's why you don't trust yourself anymore. So the first thing you have to do is put your trust back in yourself. And that's done very easily by that very simple step. Create a proton mail address. Step 1, create a proton mail address. Step 2, fill in the information on the website. If that doesn't work, send that information that's asked for on the website to kindnesscreditors@protonmail.com, and you will receive an assignment of consent. It is that simple. Now, anybody who can't do that or explain to somebody to do that, then, you know, it's your own limiting belief that is preventing you from actually actioning anything that could remotely begin to build any trust from. So that is your step 1 of self-determination, really. Now, is there any questions? Oh, somebody's got a break in the sound. Please say that process again.
Yeah, I'm sorry, it was that, yeah, that last bit about where you say you send an email and that. I couldn't quite get it because the sound was going in and out.
It's actually written on the website, but I'll say it again. Step 1, create a Proton email account at protonmail.com. Can't believe I'm advertising for them. Step 2, put that Proton email address in the email box on the Contact Us page, at the bottom of the home page. If the contact box doesn't work, send that information in an email to kindnesscredits@protonmail.com. This is on record. I don't know why I've just repeated that, because you can listen to it again anytime you like, as many times you like, all of you. And then you can even play it to somebody else. You can say, right, I even listened to that. Somebody did it for me, but here, listen to this crazy woman repeating herself on here. Okay, so
Elizabeth, I have a question.
Okay, I don't call me Elizabeth, first of all.
My apologies. This is my first time here.
Okay.
I do apologize. I am not quite sure of protocols yet, but hey, my first time. It's learning. I will realise. Okay.
I just find it really offensive. I'm sorry. It's you know.
Don't apologise. I
No,
didn't know. We're both wiser.
I'm sorry for saying it like that. It was like, right, okay.
Okay. So I'm here now because I listened to your New Year's Day broadcast. Joanna was very kind in passing on your details. I think, okay, this is very new to me. I'm aware of half of it. Another half is brand new to me. Yeah. Something that you said on New Year's Day has got my brain thinking. So it's all to do with the birth certificate. So I accept that our name in all caps is Crown copyright. The birth certificate says you can't use this for ID and it's Crown copyright. Okay, I get that. But our bank cards have our names in block capitals. Does this mean that we don't own what is in our bank accounts?
Yes, you don't own anything.
Okay. And the second thing is, I mean, I won't go deeper into what you say. I'll go do my own research.
I would appreciate it if you did go deeper into what it is that I meant by that. When you say, look at what it is that you're saying, do we own in our bank accounts? That's debt, fiat currency, credit, debt that belongs to the creator of that, which is the Rothschilds, and you're using it without a license.
I accept what you're saying.
Right.
I know it's worthless anyway, but it's still our way of accounting. It's the only way we know until we know of something different, and accept that kindness credits is a new idea. Again, it's something I've got to research.
Okay, it's not a new idea, Anne. This was what we used as currency before the Roman Empire trashed our history. And
okay, it's a new idea to me.
Right. Okay, my love. And any help I can be with that, there are.
As I say, it was only yesterday I had I was listening to your New Year's Day broadcast. Very, very early days for me. I'm at the beginning of my research. I've still got to have a good look around your website, and that's fine. My second question is, if a policeman stops me on the road and he demands I give my name or demands to see my license, which, by the way, I don't carry with me on principle, is he coercing me into fraud?
Yes. Now,
I'm allowed to use the name on my birth certificate with initial capitals and then small letters. Is that right?
Who said that?
I don't know. I'm still learning.
Okay. You want me to tell you what you're allowed to
do?
do?
Can I jump in here, please?
No,
guys?
wait a minute, please. Carry on.
Let me just clarify. I believe there's 3 ways of using my name. One is all capitals, one is with initial capitals, and one is with small letters.
That's because you're reading syntax, Chicago styles, and David Wynn Miller, aren't you?
No. This is before, before I knew what they were and how they. I've known this for about 8 years.
Okay.
And there's Latin names about minimus, maximus, and something or other. And try as I might to remember these things, I can't.
You just answered your own question. Latin definitions. You are still using Latin definitions. It's just another rabbit hole for you to go down and get in, so they can keep you in that matrix.
Okay, thank you for that. That's clarification, and that's good. So any form of my name, whether it's little letters or capital letters, is still Crown copyright. Is that right?
Your name is not your name. Somebody took a name, fixed a contract with it, and said it was you, and you've been saying, yes, that's me ever since. Have you got any proof that that's your name?
No, and I accept that it's certainly not me. I accept that it's something that was given to me, and it does not define me as a being attached to universal forces.
It diminishes us. And so when, going back to your first question, if I'm wearing a magic uniform, or I'm a policy enforcer, or let's say I'm a policeman or woman, and I'm supposed to be upholding the law, and I say to you, identify yourself as what? To who? With what? Are you asking me to commit fraud? The answer to it is I don't know, do I? How do I know that? I'm looking for that. The best that I've got is energy and matter in movement, and I'm ministering that, so you can call me Minister Emoven. Hello.
Right, okay. Minister, I think I understand the word. I'm not quite sure these days. Tell me what Emoven means.
I just did.
Well, I didn't understand. Can you say it in other words?
Energy. If I have to diminish myself as anything, then I'm energy and matter in movement, and I'm ministering that, so you can call me Minister Emoven.
Thank you. I now understand.
Well done, that's great. You see how simple it is?
Yes. Well, it is simple on one level. It's confusing on another, simply because it scrambles every way we've been taught to think in the past, and it involves unlearning before you can relearn.
Yeah, you do. You need that 0 point, and you've got it now. You know, this is 0 point. It's the negative and the positive energy is smashed together, and we've got this 0 point now, which is where everything's stopped. What we do now in this arena, if you like, in this platform, is what we're going to experience, I believe, for the next 26 or however many thousands of years or millennia. I don't know. I've stopped counting the time. That's why I thought it was New Year's Day, and it wasn't. So in Ikaria, with the clocks don't have any hands on them. They don't count the time in Ikaria, and it's one of the islands, five places of longevity, where everybody lives to be. I think it's average about 90. Some of them people there are 120 and still chopping wood and stuff. It's awesome, and that's where your oil comes from.
May I ask, where physically are you in the world right now? Are you in the UK or are you in Greece?
I'm in Delphi.
In Delta in Greece.
It's not Greece.
Okay.
Elada.
Okay. So, but fair enough. You're about, what, 4 hours away? My geography is not brilliant.
Well, it depends. In the plane, it's 5 days drive, but it's very nice drive.
Okay, I was just simply talking in universal time, taking Greenwich Mean Time as whatever it is now.
No, I said about flying. If I fly, it's about 4.5 hours. If I drive, it's 5 days. If I walk, it's probably about 2 weeks. So, you know, everything's relative, isn't it? About whether
it certainly is. Thank you. Okay, thank you for answering my questions.
You're welcome, Anne. Can I just ask, how did you find out about us?
Absolutely. It was Joanna, who is on the call today, that she's been aware of you for a little while, and she sent me this recording of your New Year's Day thing, and she said, I would really appreciate it if you could listen to it. So I did do yesterday. I think, wow, I would like to know more. So this is what I mean. I'm really, really new to this. Like 24 hours ago, I had no idea who or what this movement was. If movement is the right word to use, and I apologise if it's
movement,
not. I'm still new.
They actually, do you know, they've made a thing to have a bowel movement and called it Emoven. Emoven, and it's to help you with your bowels. So, you know, it's brand building, it's all good. So, what did you get involved with before? Do you know about common law and all that kind of thing then? If you know about the
I've been aware, right. So 8 years ago, I managed to wipe out £100,000 worth of debt.
Bravo.
And then I left it because you have to get on with real life, and you can go down a rabbit hole if you're not careful. The lockdowns brought a fabulous opportunity, and it brought me into the awareness of lots of alternative ways of thinking that I just didn't know existed. And I was thinking, wow. So I have been on a massive learning journey for the last 6 or 8 months.
Awesome, great.
And of which you are sort of like at the end of my learning journey in time measurement.
That's lovely.
But this is where I am. I am in the process of questioning everything, in the words of Robert from Up the Observation Deck. Believe nothing and question everything. I'm not saying
the same. I don't think they're his copyright, those words.
Well, this is how he signs himself.
I'm pulling his leg. He'll be listening to this. I'm hoping he's going to put on a kindness credit widget and not take money by PayPal and Bitcoin, and then I can come on his channel and we can have a really great chat on there. I look forward to that. So
yeah, I mean, he was asking today.
Oh, sorry.
No, he was asking for today for suggestions about who we can advertise advertise or interview, and I suggested yourself because he has. I'm sure you must have seen his podcast about the saving of the United Kingdom Limited Company. Thank you very much for doing that, because whilst I was aware that there was an application to dissolve it, I had obviously no idea of you and your organisation and the what would you call it? I know you're the secured party creditor, but the charge that you put on in February of last year, and so you're aware of this and said you can't close it down because this company owes me money.
Well, it's not actually that company in its own little box.
No, I know. I saw that the company was a dormant company, so I appreciate that it's not the full story. And I'm sure that the powers that would like to be have covered their tracks that many times that it would take a lot of digging to find out.
No,
but
it's
you
quite
are
simple.
aware enough.
It's HM government, Her Majesty's government, and that's who we really secured. When you secure a corporation that has claimed all of those things that are represented, such as legal fictions, company house registration numbers, DVLA numbers, Dun Bradstreet registration numbers, TR1, title deed documents, bank accounts, assets, buildings, everything that they claimed themselves is what's secured. That's what I was trying to explain to you there, that that little company there, whether or not it was what it was professing to be, or
Well, it was professing to be a dormant company.
no, if you actually read the incorporation document, its first filing, that whoever that is implied that little company could behave like a government. Did anybody read that?
It's a lot of information to take in.
Well,
and when you first step into this kind of arena, or any arena, it becomes intellectual, and then you have to learn more, and you peel the layers away and you become more and more aware of what it is. It's still very new to me.
well, it's not what if I just explain the end of that, it's HM government, Companies House can't execute any decision making at all on any companies because we're secured party to Companies House. A secured party to land registry, a Rolls building, everything that HM government claimed that they had the jurisdiction of, it is that which is secured, which looks like the longitude and latitude of the island that you're standing on, and anything else that was once claimed as the British Empire or the Commonwealth. That's what you're secured on. And it's you who's secured, the people.
Okay. Are we secured on it whether or not we are part of, and I'm going to call it a movement because I don't know what other word to use.
It's a collective.
Everybody. Okay. So however many million people live in this on this land mass, whether or not they are part of the collective, are they still party to the securement?
Yes, because it's universal law that's secured it. You are operating in universal law. You don't exist without it. So by default, we're already a community of people who are created from universal law. Whether we trust in universal law or not, that's the movement of the mind that goes from believing that it's an administrative system has got any authority, or I only uphold and credit universal law and I trust in that. So we are a collective of people who trust in universal law. That's it. There's no I trust, the trust, express trust. It's none of that definition.
I mean, for myself, of where I am at my learning, I believe that the Creator created man. Man created governments. Governments created corporations. And nothing that is created can be greater than the created. Sorry, the created cannot be greater than the creator. Therefore, governments and corporations cannot be greater than me, the man, because
you
man created
them.
government.
Because you created them, right? Exactly.
So this is where I am at my learning.
Right.
That's the limit as much as I understand at this time.
That's all you need to understand, that you created it. So if you created it, then take back the responsibility of what it is that you created and stop creating it. Create something else.
Okay, so this is my next learning, how I do believe that I've got the strength to be able to challenge any person in a uniform that stops me.
Good.
How successful I will be, I don't know until it actually happens in real life. But I have certain role playing in my head that if I ever get stopped, there's a series of questions that I believe I could ask that should stop them, provided they're not a bully.
If you ask, you're in contract. If you recognise them at all, that's why you have them in the form of an ID card or your assignment of consent. These are paper fictions of Scarecrowville, Slaveville. They don't exist. And all that they require is minor paperwork, they call it. It's just minor paperwork. Okay. That minor paperwork, your signature somewhere for them to be able to securitize and take as your consent.
Well,
so you don't.
I don't see as I can sign anything now because I've no way of signing, because I now realise I am not the name that I was given.
You have a
Therefore,
seal.
I'm sort of in limbo.
No, you have a seal instead. You'll see on the bottom of the document.
So I know that this was mentioned in your New Year's Day podcast. I've not looked around the site, your website yet, to understand this.
Okay. Well, it's nice to have you on fresh from your learning. It's great.
Thank you. And thank you for answering my questions.
I hope it's made it a bit clearer for you.
Yes, it's like an onion. It's another layer that's gone. I'm a long way from the core, I'm sure, but it's all learning and it's all a journey.
Well, it's nice to have you on for the ride.
Thank you.
Oh, whereabouts are you? Just roughly, you don't have to tell me.
Physically, I am on the Fylde coast, so the northwest of England.
Okay. Lovely. Okay, it's just to get a rough idea of where people are coming from and which Minister Emoven is going and doing their 5 hours. No, I'm only kidding. And it's
I'm sorry, your joke has completely gone over my head, because other than understanding that 5 hours are to be done, I know nothing more until I look through the website.
Yeah. Okay. So it's people are sharing this with other people and so you can see from the influx of emails as to what areas are more active, and it's quite funny to see that it's all excuse me, it's repeated in the tiering system of how active you all are in each area. So
well, I was recommended to listen to you by a lady down in Nottingham, so Nottingham, Lancashire. So, and I passed it on to 2 other people that came on tonight who are both in Lancashire. So the word is spreading.
You've got a lovely Emoven in Lancashire waiting to help you with your welcome pack.
Okay, well, I shall look forward to looking on your website.
Lovely. Okay, well, has anybody else got any questions? Thank you, Anne.
You're welcome.
Who else had their hand up? Right, I've got a Pany.
Welcome
to Dragon's Den.
Welcome to Dragon's Den. Great.
Try to bring.
Oh, sorry.
Hello. Am I here?
Where that is,
Yes.
I don't know, but yeah. Hi.
This is Pany now. It's Pany now.
Yeah, hi, Pany.
That was.
Hear you.
It's Pany now. Yeah. Sorry, I've got a bit of a sore throat. I've been up all night, and I want to just keep going. And can I just say to Anne, who just spoke, that was amazing. She's very well presented, and she's got so much knowledge already. And she needs to keep going. And I think this should be called a unification of souls, because that's what the minister has done, which I think should be called the Queen Minister.
No, thank you.
and everyone should share this as much as you can. This is just the freedom that we needed and that everyone needs. And there's a lot of people out there that really, really do need this. So if you're fortunate enough to have some time, just put what you can into this, because if you like having a reward of living a good life, people smiling everywhere, that's where we're going to get to in no time. So that's what I got to say to people that are listening. I don't know how many people are new from this. And I did put on the messages, I don't know if it's okay with the minister. I said, if there's people that have just come into this, if they want a little bit of knowledge, I know literally it's just understand that's not you and sign up to it and then go forward from there to try and relieve pressure from the minister. And I said, if anyone else is knowledgeable, have been on here a while, they know what they're doing, they need to do the same, because I can believe the pressure you must be having. And
It's
he's
not. I
doing
mean,
these things every 3 days.
the only.
Like,
It's not the pressure of anything. There's a lot of people already.
no, I
doing
mean, because there's a lot of
in the
people and there's a lot to
background.
explain all the time. That's what I'm
Yeah,
saying.
but the videos are out there now.
Yeah, that's amazing. That is. I was even talking on it, and I still watched it 3 times and still heard things that I missed. You know what I mean?
Good. I mean, we did have all this. There's hours and hours. There's 7 months worth. And if you want any more, you can contact David John Perote and ask him why is he withholding your rights to access information that was given to him freely, and ask him for the links for the download of that, or tell him to put it on YouTube as a channel if that's what he wants to do. But he.
Well, I've got a YouTube channel as well, and do you mind me putting your videos on there?
No, of course not. Everywhere. Put them everywhere.
It's called Truth and Facts Matter. It's young. You know, my daughters are helping me do it because I'm not good with computers and that. But there's things where I've gone, you know, these rallies that people do, I always say, I'm not going to the rally. I go there to try and educate the police. And I've been a couple of times, but I'm glad I don't go, because I couldn't see them hitting people. It's like the universe took me away. One time I went there and a woman got hit. You know, he was talking at the beginning. I've got some videos of the police punching a woman like my mum's age to the floor. And then there's a picture from the media saying a woman fell in front of the police.
These aren't. What you want to
Disgusting.
get is that these are foreign armed policy enforcers.
Oh my God.
They're Israeli trained. It was already put on notice to you in 2014 on November the 1st. It was the 7th seal of the Maastricht Treaty, and it was the Treaty of Nice. Not very nice. And it removes your habeas corpus, right? So you're guilty unless guilty. You presume guilty, and you have to prove that you're not, which is impossible. It's like saying, I'm not a pink elephant. Prove it. Can't. And in there, it explains very clearly that they're going to be armed foreign policy enforcers.
I actually said that. This is why I said, oh my God, because I said, police don't have the normal hats anymore. And I'm sure that means they're a constable when they've got those pointed hats.
Yeah, and they've got the domes on.
The dome hats, yes.
Yeah, and they had to bring it in that video.
And the flat ones were normally traffic cops.
Yeah, it's corporate. You've got the commercial code with their magic uniforms on, and then you've got the constables who are supposed to have sworn their oath to the common law, which is granting the other policy enforcers, let's call them, the authority. So it doesn't matter what hat you're wearing. If you're breaking the law, it's that's it. We're either going to accept it or we're not. And it's as simple as that. We've got, you are the People's Protection Patrol or you're not.
I've been saying we need to start our own people police. That's what was years ago. It was like, no one comes out of their house now because they're scared. Whereas before, something happened, the whole neighbourhood was out.
The common law, they've got some peacekeepers, and those people are coming across now to realise that it's the Minister and the Bank card that they need, and just a simple T-shirt which we print And somebody does that for us.
Yeah, you said on New Year's Day, and I
Right.
heard that, and that was so comforting to know that that's starting, because this is why I will spend all my spare time to push this.
You just need to meet up with people now, and
That's it, yeah.
the veg
Because like
boxes
you've given
are
me
the
freedom.
most.
You've given me freedom now, because I thought I was going to try and help everyone else, because I've been the only one doing this. Everyone's like, they only just started really young, and it's like they can't believe it that it's true. It's crazy. Everyone thinks like, no, you're crazy. I'm like, I'm not crazy. And I'm sure a lot of people on here have had that from loved ones as well. It's so hard. But if you know you're right, that's why I named the channel Truth and Facts, because for me, that's all that matters in this world. Truth and facts.
It's practicing them. There's no point in having your head full of facts and not practicing them. And that's what exemplifies it. So when, you know, people can't say it doesn't work because a pub was open, whether that pub decided to stay open or whether they decided to take the money and close, and you know, that's their choice. That's up to them. But nobody could say that it didn't work. Did the police come? No, they didn't. Did they know what was going on? Of course they did. Did the police come to, you know, because they cannot.
I've got so much recorded of that happening, of them not coming out when there's crimes, and they turn up when there's warrant officers, civil matters. They turn up for that, and they will stay hours, but they won't come out when there's someone with a knife or a kid kicking a door in, the next door neighbour calls 999 and they don't turn up.
We're talking about restoring the rights. We're talking about restoring the rights. They know they're not coming because they know that there's another, I don't know how many millions of people who don't know their rights. They can go and launder their credit files much easier than spending any time trying to fill out paperwork for something that nobody's got a contract with them for and hasn't a name that's recognised in their system. So, you know, it's there. There's no excuse really from anybody.
Listen, I've been studying our rights for that, because they've been abusing me, and I've been studying my rights, and now I'm standing up for myself.
Good stuff.
And I've had a sergeant in his own police station, and I told him, I know what I can do, and I will come and arrest you. And he put his eyes down. And I've been telling everyone, we can just go and take them because we're civilians. We're not going to fight them. We're going to take our police station. Whoever wants to be a police officer, you be a police officer and arrest the other ones.
That's it.
Do you know?
We're going to do some training. We're not going to disclose all this on here.
Well, I'm just saying, I've been telling all the people I know, this is what needs to be done.
Right, I've got
people power.
Resident's got a question. Hello.
Sorry, hi Elisa, you're right, sweetheart. Yeah, I just want to let everybody know on here, because they keep sending me messages. I have got an awful lot of their emails. I am in the process of doing their assignments and their welcome packs. So I'm just asking them outright if they will just bear with me. I am working through them, and they'll hear from me within the next 24, 48 hours.
That's lovely. I'm sorry that I've sent you so many of them over, but it was just the laptop just keeps crashing every time. Actually, it was Pany every time I sent an email to him.
It's not a problem. Just keep sending them, and I'll sort them.
Cool.
All right, lovely.
That's great. Thanks for that. And I saw your email about the antidote and stuff. And have you been in touch with Lizzie? Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool. Okay. Yeah. So, well, has anybody else got any questions? There's some questions in the chat box. Sorry, of when the great long list of people's names comes on. Close the chat box. So, Elizabeth, allegedly, somebody called using that legal fiction. Hello.
Hello.
Hi, love. How are you?
Hi, how you doing?
I'm good, thanks. Nice to hear you.
Yeah.
I'm just looking at these questions that you've asked on here. I can't get that down in a second. I drag myself to my testing point of my patience with this. Okay. I'm just reading these that you've put in here. So, if you discharge the national insurance number assigned to the legal fiction by right of which you may see, will they take the balance of the money saved tokens they put in national savings account? Right. This is a very good question. So I'll just read it. If I'm to discharge the national insurance account number assigned to my legal fiction by writing to HMRC, will they take the balances of money, slave tokens I put in national savings and investment account, or any account balance that are held in my legal fiction name? Yes is the answer, quite simply. Anything that you've got inside the legal fiction is theirs by default because you granted it to them. So they can charge it, they can do what they like with it, they can prosecute it, they can show that a liability was created to get somebody to pay it, and then use that money that somebody's paid to launder like they do, which is set out in your bills. So what you're actually doing here is you're separating the equitable part from the liability. So any equity that you've got, you're going to assign into your trust. Now, think how PayPal works. You go into PayPal, you create a PayPal account, don't you? And you attach a bank account to it so that you can then do a direct debit. You fill out a direct debit form. Then you can direct debit purchases that you've made with PayPal then directly from your bank account. So it's just like a door, a revolving credit facility. So it's opening the door to your bank account, and the credit comes into PayPal's holding account, and that shows up as having XY amounts of PayPal credit to then send as PayPal credit. Well, Kindness Credits works in exactly the same way, except immediately anything that you've put in there is tax-free, and it doesn't exist in Slaveville anymore. It doesn't exist unless you want to switch it back, of course, then you can. But can you just put something? Thanks. And then if you wanted to, you can switch it back. So let's just work through that mechanism a little bit so people get their heads around that. If I want to pay you send PayPal credit to your PayPal account because somebody else can send me as PayPal credit, because I know that I can turn it back into slave tokens, can't they? How can they do that? That account that they accepted the payment into communicates with the PayPal account and says, I want to convert that, what you're holding in there, and I want it sending into this IBAN number or bank account number. So you have a holding account, and what you do is you put your Kindness Credit account number on any transactions that you're putting into that account. That then shows up on a statement to say you have converted whatever from this account into this account, and so you're separating the equity from the liability. So the liability in the legal fiction is really theirs. What you're doing is you're emptying your credit from the legal fiction account, and you're giving them an empty credit file back. That's yours. It's got nothing in it. So how do you do that? You simply assign the liability into your trust, and you discharge it. And you discharge it against the 10 quadrillion that these private corporations and agencies thereof owe you. So when you assign that credit into your trust account, the liability holder, when they go to look, hasn't got anything in there, has it? So you just separated in your mind the liability holder from the equitable rights. And what they did is they put those two things together, and they said, when you use that name, you're the liability holder and you're also the creditor, and that's how we ended up in the situation of capitalising on our rights. So does that answer that for you?
Yeah, I got that.
Now there's another question here. What happens if there's a digital blackout? Make your way to your nearest Kindness Credit outlet, because it's electricity will be on. Whether we'll have any digital blackout, you'll have a rock in your hand. That's the reason why it has to be a rock, to stop us being so dependent on what it is that they are going to do, obviously, and that's getting more and more telling every day. And to bring that down, the connections that everybody's got, which is why we're saying share your telephone numbers, go and meet the people, go and meet each other while you can, and because if you're still relying on digital technology, then we're back in their matrix again, and when they press that button and it all comes down, what you're going to do? You're going to accept their chip. That's what you're going to do, because you haven't bothered to create any other alternative. So it doesn't matter to us if there's a digital blackout, Elizabeth, allegedly. And then we've got another question here. What's the best way to protect my son who was enrolled in college using legal fiction? How old is he?
He's 16.
And is he still, the colleges are shut, aren't they?
Yeah, but they called them in recently saying, please come in for a corona test. I replied, no.
You need to do a document for him. We used to do an assignment of consent and send that to that college, and also to any doctor that he might be registered at as well. We can also,
I've been trying to deregister us from the doctors. So it'd be brilliant. Yeah.
Have you done that? Did you say?
No, I was trying to. Firstly, I thought I needed to get the medical records. Firstly, but now I'm starting to see it differently because you've explained it differently. So what you're saying is I don't need the records. I can just directly cancel us off of their books, basically.
Yeah, you can just call them and tell them that you're moving.
Yeah, okay.
Where are you moving to? Out of the country? Just take me off your records.
Okay.
And then what they'll say is, when you get to wherever it is in the country, if you don't say that you're moving out of the country, we'll move your medical records across. And so you say, well, I'm never going to be registered in another NHS service provider as long as I live. So you might as well they won't destroy the records, but you just deregister me and don't bother me anymore. Minister Emoven's moved into the property anyway, as far as the liabilities go. So when they try to do the checking, what you're doing is you're standing under your non-disclosure. You are removing the information that they need in order for them to be able to, in this case, launder your son's credit files to pay for the college, to give him a second-rate education anyway, so you can get a piece of paper and be a really good debt slave and get taxed. So the more that we stop feeding our children to Kronos in that system of that Crown Corporation, Vatican definition of what is, then the better.
So what was the thing about send the college an assignment of consent?
Yeah, for your son. So if you send your son's legal fiction over, but you have to decide you're going to have to keep him, at home. You have to. You can't go and accept a benefit from this system, because every benefit that they've got to offer you is a liability.
Even a college education?
Well, if I've got to go and kill myself for it, and the college education that I'm getting is written by George Soros, then yes, I wouldn't be putting any child into any indoctrination station. You've got, what is he studying?
Music.
We've got some amazing, you've got musicians and artists and composers, have him study. Did he study? Did he learn about the sound of the spheres, of the universal spheres? We never taught this stuff.
It's a specialist music college.
Yeah, but we're not taught this stuff. We're not taught about, there's a temple going around. It moves 56 degrees every year to keep alignment, called the Apollon Temple, with sound coming out of it. And they built a big fence around it. Nobody's allowed within a mile of it. And stuff speakers in it with like this 741 frequency inside it to cancel out whatever it is that the universe is communicating with planet Earth through that, and it's moving around. We're not taught this. If anybody came with a curriculum of any kind of education process that we've been offered in the Western European world, in comparison to just what basically taught here, about going out and physically experiencing it, looking at Pythagoras, you can't really beat that as the standard. If we're going to learn anything, let it be the Fibonacci sequence and the golden ratio, and that music, so there is what you've got all that's happened is the community of people who were once putting their energy into this college or an academy or farming or whatever it is, they pulled their credit out. So they're all there. We've got people who jet engine designers come on board, architects, teachers, builders, plumbers, joiners. So all of these that make a community. We are the treasurer in the treasury accounts, and we've removed our treasure because we saw what they did with it. Well, we're going to carry on giving our children to that system, or are we going to build another one?
I had one other question about the documents to send off to the utilities. And I'm not sure if I'm missing something there, because I had 2 sheets that were in the file of consent or notice of transfer of liabilities.
Yeah.
So, I mean, am I understanding it correctly? Because there are 2 sheets. There's one that's notice of transfer of negotiable instrument that reads, Dear Emoven. And then the other one is received 1 promissory note. So those are 2 sheets. Do I just send those 2 sheets and that's it?
Yes.
And I don't stamp it, sign it, nothing.
With your thumbprint at the bottom, sign of nature of originator. That's your thumbprint.
Ah, okay.
In
So
red.
just put my
Sorry,
thumbprint
that should have been
in
on the
red.
bottom of the email. And then
Right.
you keep it recorded delivery. So let's go through that bit. So I've got my Proton email address. I've sent my liabilities over. I have received my assignment of consent. What do I do next? I print it off, put my thumbprint on it, and serve it on by post, recorded delivery, or by hand on whoever it is, non-fiction, that I think that I need to notify that I had created a contract with somewhere along the line. And then what you do is you go on to your local supplier, your electricity supplier, gas, whatever, and you pick up the phone, you say, hello, I'm Minister Emoven. I've just moved in as the liability holder in due course of the supply of this property. Can you update your records, please? And you do the same with council, and you can even, once the assignment's been received at their end, and they call that number again that they maybe had on record that's your mobile number, who answers the phone? Hello, it's Minister Emoven. Can I speak to debt slave, whatever? Hello, I'm Minister Emoven. Did you not receive your assignment of consent? Oh, well, that name's not on our records. Well, I am looking at my receipt here, and it was signed for by such and such on such a day, and all accounts are passed to the party standing surety, which is me. How can I help you? Have I given you an assignment of consent to have any authority to act in this matter? No, they haven't. They haven't got what it is that they're asking you for, the authority to act. And so what you're doing is using the Socrates logic on them, and you're obviously getting them to either deny themselves of having any authority to act, or agreeing to having some authority to act. Sorry, you're getting them to either agree to the fact that they haven't got any authority, or to recognise that they haven't got any authority. Either way, they haven't got any because you didn't give it to them. And the conversation's very short at that point. If they say, yes, we have received your assignment of consent, and that's why I'm calling, about making an offer of settlement. There's a video about this. I don't need to do it every night, I'm sure. We did it the other night, and you can just listen to those. And listen to them as many times as you like. And then when you're ready, pick up the phone and be Minister Emoven.
Thank you.
Sorry, I'm from here.
Fantastic.
Lovely. Great. Has anybody else got any questions?
Me.
Hello.
Hi, Minister Emoven, India here.
Hello, Minister of India. How are you?
All well, all well. How are you?
I'm great, thank you.
Well, that's a lot of talking. Michael, I don't know how you keep up with it. But I've gone through the website. I've done the due diligence that I needed to, and I've got sort of some semblance of, except for the full money exchange part right now that I haven't sort of wrapped my head around too much as of right now. I've listened to it like 4 or 5 times, but still haven't been able to get exactly how it functions and how, if I go to someone to exchange it like that, once I get it fully activated and stuff, as to how I would, it makes complete sense, but for me to go and implement it with that confidence would require some more. I guess I'll have to watch your videos a few more times. But the questions, sorry?
You did it a few times on the last video.
Yeah. So I'm gonna just listen to all of those again, because every time I listen to it, I sort of land up learning a bit more about it and sort of envision a bit more of it happening in my mind,
Great.
which helps the visualization helps quite a bit. So the only thing is, so where the restoration of rights was concerned, for the rights of usage of, let's say I don't have a house as of right now. Like I emailed as well, but I guess you got a lot of emails to sift through right now, therefore I haven't gotten a reply. But it is there in the email as well that I haven't got a house, and they're sort of coming onto the street because there's no parking as well around here, the building that I'm at, and they've sort of allowed cars to park on the side of the road, but which doesn't interfere with traffic or anything. The other day, the cops came in and they tried to create a bit of an issue with parking, and they started giving everyone tickets without even knowing whose car was whose. They just, I guess, saw the number plate, got the name out, and then gave them a notice. And like, a notice is just a notice to pay. It's not actually a bill. So I went out there and they obviously couldn't talk to Minister Emoven, and they wanted to take me to the station, which I was all ready to do. But then the person's house, which I'm staying at, they came in, and there are a bunch of lawyers in their family as well. So in the sense that I got told to like go away and that they would handle it, and I was like, okay, fine, whatever. So I went off then, but I do have a full intention of going to, like I heard your video yesterday, and how to put failure to perform on the birth certificate. So my birth certificate does have a emblem of the Indian, the 3 lions. So like every corporation would have an emblem. So mine does also have an emblem. So that would mean that that corporation owns the rights to my birth certificate, right?
Any birth certificate, any corporate state using.
So it's all rooted back to the Vatican in any case.
Yeah, or the Vatican equivalent in your country. So they coughed us up the Church of England and said, there you go, you don't like the Catholics. So here I have this watered down version that allows you to do whatever you like, really. And so
because on my birth certificate it doesn't specifically say that it shouldn't be used for identification. That's the only thing.
Did you make that birth certificate?
It is my original from the hospital.
No, did you make it? Did you get the piece of paper, draw a pattern on it, and make that piece of paper?
No.
No. So it's not yours, is it?
Oh yeah, meaning in that sense, yes. The
and that's the only sense. That is the only sense. That paper money that's not yours that you keep picking up and using, that's why you have to pay to use it. That name is not yours. In the same token, it's the filthy hands of commerce that you commit by breathing life into non-fiction.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Sorry,
so I've actually sorry. Yeah, exactly. So I basically told everyone that I know how the system functions, and the only thing is the cops didn't come to me when they wanted to take my car. They went to my friend and harassed him about it. As to he took my car and parked it at his other house, and And I'm like, okay, dude, like for 2 days, I don't really mind till the time I grasp all of this, and I'll start taking action on my own to be able to free myself. But also I wanted to know how, like I know you've explained it, but I haven't really been able to grasp it completely, which is if I had to take, if I had to restore the rights of a certain house that I needed, or a certain piece of land that could be used for either housing or like farm to grow organic food on, so that we could create our own, like at least I could start creating something on my own with the people involved, because there's a lot of people who, well, I could use, because there's gardeners, there's like, I know architects, I know a lot of people around, but the only thing is they're all waiting for something to happen. And if like I'm the only one in India right now, so it's I'm a little lost as to which direction to go in and what process to follow and what I have to do
The same
over here.
thing. It doesn't matter where you are in the world. Universal law is universal law. So the fact that we have now got the UCC1 filing for the icing on the cake thing, cherry on the top, which was the trust depository, in the right hands of people who want to see something good happen with it, instead of just selfishly for themselves, which has been what's happened with previous filings, and they've been laying claims. So I just need to read through this one. As what's going on now in the background is these are the countries who've been filed as private corporations, all coming back under the one umbrella inside the Securities Exchange Commission and the Edgar filing system as private foreign governments. The process is exactly the same. So you're creating the debt against them. So, for example, the police, you can go and issue them with fines. Any debts, you can go around the community and say, right, I'm going to buy all of your liabilities off you for this rock. This rock represents my share of the planet's resources, and it's going to stand surety to you and any debt that you've got. And you just simply open the website and you put those people's information in there and press send. That's it. Now they're free from that system. They get exactly the same process that I've just explained a couple of times in here. And they get the assignment of consent. And they get administered on an ID, and they go and exercise their restoration of rights.
Sure. No, as in if let's say if, because I do need a place to shift into, because I don't have I don't have the rights to use of any place right now, because I'm also very new to this. So like in a sense of, so everything that I would do, I would put to the trust.
You
Like
need a trust to protect you. Yeah, it's the you've got a trust, but it's being used as a corporation.
Yes.
It's being used against you.
Yeah.
So that trust is I've put something somewhere, which is my consent. So I'm just taking my consent and putting it somewhere else. Nobody can stop you doing that because it's yours. Oh well, it's the right of use of that thing that creates reality. Let's say. So if it's not mine, I can't give it away to anybody. I better keep it, under non-disclosure. I can't disclose
Yeah,
that
just the user. I keep the use of right for either the house or the car or whatever it be, because it's not mine, but I have the right of use.
You have the right of use of something. So
that's it.
So let's say you need the longitude and latitude of a property. I would go for buildings that have already been proclaimed to be asset of that private corporation. That I've racked up a debt against. So if you go and you amass all of these people's consent, then you can use the claims that corporation was claiming against them and back at them as debt. Because you're a secured party creditor. And then you discharge those charges against the debt. You're just like you're the executor and the settler of the bankrupted system of indebted minds created by slaves, and you freed them all.
And so this, when you say the latitude and longitude point, that would be for anything right now?
And well, you look for buildings that have been repossessed by banks.
Oh, okay, by banks. Okay, so
Yeah.
houses, cars, and that have been
Yeah.
repossessed by banks. So I just go to them because
Banks
then I
are
just
like-
discharge their debt for them, the liability. I just discharge their liability
Yeah.
by making the restoration of rights to that for my right of use.
For your community is.
Yes,
Yeah,
meaning
and then your community grants you the right of use as minister of event to use whatever that is to congregate, to minister the remedy to your congregation.
Okay, so no, I'm just thinking like in the sense that if there was just like a farm that they have repossessed, so I could go and claim the right of use of that farm.
You're not
And
claiming
then
the right of use. Yeah, you're
no, sorry,
restoring the right.
restoring the right. Yeah,
Yeah.
sorry.
Yeah, you're restoring the right of use because the right of use was wrongfully granted away to a legal title that didn't
The
exist.
legal title. Sure, and this one they can't find on the system, so obviously it goes outside of the jurisdiction in any case, and then I through the trust, which would take away the liability, and then the trust would get right of use of that place. Am I correct?
Yeah,
in
we're
saying that?
taking the right of use, we're giving it a value, and we're saying,
Yes,
oh, thank you very much, kind creditor, for offering and peacefully surrendering the collateral that you have the right of use of to offset the debt created.
Yeah, no, because I do really. Sure. So whatever debt that was left over there as to what they repossessed, that's what we clear off, and it's the trust then basically for right of use.
Yeah, so if let's say it goes to somebody, I would go to somebody who's had their house or is about to have their house repossessed, and
Okay.
and show them how it works first of all. Then that will send a signal out into your community that actually you rebutted the presumption that somebody could act unlawfully and call it legal for a start. So that's the rights that you're really restoring. You're restoring everything back to how it should be instead of how we allowed it to be.
Yeah, absolutely, but I'm just saying that before I sort of meaning I know what you're saying about showing it to someone else and then restoring it, but I just need to restore it within my own mind first to be able to get a complete understanding of what I'm doing there, or understanding of what I'm doing.
Right.
So that at least because I need to be confident when I go there. I need to be universal law because and I need to be that. That's it. I need to be the energy and matter and movement, right? And I'm getting to that and then using Minister Emoven as the fiction. But like, sorry, I'm just going a little to and fro with this, but so just
you want to know the process.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm just because I've looked through the website.
Shall I tell you
And
what it is?
I'm just struggling with
Okay,
the.
don't tell me what a struggle you're having. Shall I tell you the process? You can write it down.
Yeah, sure. Thank you so much.
Step 1.
Yeah.
Assess a valid piece of property or something that you would like to restore the rights to that is a benefit to all of your community. Step 2. Take the longitude and latitude of that. Step 3, go and put a restoration of rights of the creditors notice on that.
Sorry, I didn't get that. Put creditors, right?
There's a restoration of rights of the creditors notice that is in the files in the Facebook group, or you can have it sent over if that's what you want. And then serve that on whoever it is that you think might need to know about that, and take the UCC1 filing.
Which is the same one in the files?
Well, this is what I'm saying. The UCC1 filing needs to be done for your corporate state, unless I can work this through so that it includes all. Depends what this guy's put his claim in as. This claim that I'm still waiting on somebody to send me that said that they've got it. If they haven't done it, I'll just carry on doing what we were doing. Sometimes people just pop up and say, "Oh, we've got this," and they haven't. So you have to create the debt for your corporate state. So go into your community and get the people to assign their consent on the website. Get people to assign their consent on the website to assign the liabilities. And then when any of these corporations try to lay a claim, you issue an invoice. They have a Schedule A, there's a Schedule A absolute on there. And this is you creating the debt against them. Then when it's got to a sizable amount, depending how busy you've been, depends on how long it's going to take, and then you file a UCC1 filing against that corporate state. Now, what I just said there was what we've had to do for the last 5 years to get us in a position where we are. So what we've got is somebody who has done a UCC1 on the trust depository, I was going to corporation, and if we can utilize that to incorporate all of those corporations incorporated inside the Securities Exchange Commission, then we don't need to do those steps that I've just explained there. If it hasn't been filed by, or it means that it's laying a claim instead of the document being worded as it should, then we have to do those steps in each corporate state. So it doesn't matter whether you're in America, Australia, wherever. You create the debt by assigning your consent away from the legal fiction and into your own trust. The only way to do it, because it has to be true. Now, once that's been done and the debt's been secured, you do the restoration of rights. So the first thing is to identify and assess an asset which you think is going to be benefit to your community. Take down the longitude and latitude so a quiet title can be created, and notify whoever it is that you think needs notifying by posting the restoration of rights of the creditors onto the buildings and in the surrounding areas. Let the community know what's going on so that they don't have any fear of loss, or tell them, you know, they're all included. Come and grow your food here 5 hours a week, and the trust's going to stand surety to you while you exercise your rights. And then grow your food. Grow your food, support yourselves freely, exercise all of those rights that we haven't even exercised because we didn't know we had them yet.
Yep, understood all of that. But one more thing, I'm just saying, if let's say I don't have a house to live in, I don't have a house of my own at
You've
all.
said that
I never
6
have.
times, right?
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying because, so would that be separate from the place that I use, or that is for use for?
No, you have a right to shelter, don't you?
Yeah. So that would be a separate one.
Yeah, but you're not. I mean, when I first did this, I'll never forget these people. They sent me over this huge mansion, right? And it's got massive swimming pool. It's about 1.5 million slave tokens. We want this. I really do. How many gallons of chemicals are you going to put in there, you lunatics? Not look at all the gardens and the, you know, not a vegetable in sight. What are you going to do with it? Well, how is that a benefit? Now, if you're looking at creating a community, somebody needs to be on site, don't they?
Yep.
So it's,
so you're saying I stay on the same and do the thing, do everything else, growing and everything on the same.
well, otherwise you've got travel, haven't you?
No, that's exactly what I'm saying. So that sounds like a perfect situation then.
Yeah. So
No, that's great. That's great. So I do everything on one spot. I have shelter as well as use of land to grow things and
this has got a right to
spread it
sustain
amongst
yourself
the
freely.
well. Mm-hmm. No, it's just because there's just so much doubt around. The only thing is that every time I get more and more into learning about universal law, then I have so many around me who fear and are so anxious. And, I do want to obviously touch base with everyone in the community as well, because I want to get out of the system. Like, I haven't been in this system since 15 years when I got scoliosis. I'm a squash, like I play squash. I was a coach. I'm a coach, and like those are the 5 hours that like I can provide from my side, as well as helping out in the rest of the community
Lovely.
in whatever way that you need me to assist in that way, whatever I can do. But the only thing is, again, I'm the only one in India, so I would appreciate the the help, maybe a little more in
I was the
sort
only
of,
one in the whole planet that did this, and I didn't have anybody to
I
bring.
know.
You are nobody
Or-
can say that they need somebody to do this with them, for them. I need to meet up with somebody before I do it. I need to go and take it to my family and my friends and get the thumbs up and get my self-determination validated. That's the whole point of trust. You step off
just
into that
as
and
in
demonstrate
yeah.
it in your community, and so nobody can argue with it. It is fact that you can't come and trespass on my rights because I haven't given you them. So you weren't actually trespassing on them anyway. I was giving you
The
them.
only thing is that every time I say that, I'm like, they're like, oh, it can't be so easy. I was like, dude, it hasn't been easy. Who the hell said it was ever easy to wrap your head around such a concept in any case, because you've been living like a slave all your life.
It
I
is.
was like,
Hang on, it is easy. The answer to that is it is easy. And look how uneasy you are in your life that you think's easy, you lunatics. Is the answer to that.
I know, but then they're like the closest people to me, and then I
I
keep
know.
getting answers
So you just got to show
you're
them.
going away from us, and then the whole sobbing and the crying. I'm like, oh my god, this is like, because I keep trying to explain it in certain ways, and then I keep trying to share information, but then
You can't. You just got to show them. You just got to
exactly, and that's why I have so many questions, because I really want to start off the growing of organic food. I want to set up a shop over
Okay,
there.
so how to grow organic food? Get some land, get some seeds, throw it in the ground, put some water on it, and bingo, food pops up. There you go.
Cool. So I will go through this process, but I know I'll have some questions, and I'll just email them across. Unless the phone number on the website, can I just call that?
I can't. I got a call from Australia today, so it's working again. So it wasn't. It's
okay. Because I called about 2-3 days ago and it was switched off. That's why.
Yeah,
So
no, they battered me for putting up the YouTube
yeah,
thing.
meaning I'm sure you've gone through like the most battering in the whole world right now. You're the one who started.
No, I don't mean the people battering me for information. The system battered the phone.
Oh yeah, no, the battering of the system.
You.
Because that's all they know how to do in any case, right? They just get after you for just living or breathing even, man.
The only thing I can do is cut off my phone and electrocute me with my laptop. That's all these are side effects, guys. You can get your phone cut off and electrocuted by your laptop. It's not so inconvenient. You just shut your laptop off and go for a walk.
Okay, and so the same thing would work for like communications as well. The same process would work for everything.
The communications are more difficult. I don't recommend that anybody does the communications until you really nail the easy ones, which are the ones that I've already talked about. So with the slave tokens or whatever it is that you have been collecting already that you're not putting back in the system, for now, pay the telephone if that's what you want. However, we did take this evidence and lay it against Vodafone and threatened them with prosecution going back in 2016 now. And they, based on the evidence that we provided, they gave us, I think it was 6,000 or 600. No, it was 60,000. It was whatever it said at the bottom of the bill. And that's what we said, don't come to us until we've used that amount of credit. Last time we paid you 666 euros. You took that amount, and we can see it. And that's when we had access to all of the information that they obviously started to make undisclosed because of what we were doing with it. And so we got a credit then from Vodafone, and I wasn't very happy with the offer. And so I called them up, being being the chancellor and saying, I'm not happy about this because you have, it's not given us international calling. And what I'd done in my stupid egotistical state is I'd refused the offer of settlement so that they didn't have to give us any. And so they didn't. So things like that, I exchanged the olive oil for a few slave tokens so that we can pay for the Vodafone dongle and the top-ups for the phones. But more than, that's probably all that we use. My daughter, on the other hand, she keeps taxing me for GMO coffee shop.
No, like I'm trying as fast to transition, but then I can only go as fast as I learn as well, because going through all of this, I obviously need to be sure, because I did send an email and there was some personal details involved as well. So I'll wait for a response for that whenever time permits. That's not an issue, but I just want to get started with this process at least. So I take a printout of the assignment of consent, and and again, I'm sorry to ask you, but is the stamp factory part of the community, or is it?
No, it should be, but I just don't have the time, and nobody else had the inclination to actually go to them and say, look, you've created, I don't know how many thousands of stamps now. Don't you want to know why everybody's using the same stamp and, giving discount and using kindness credits? But I either do that, or I put your hours up on the website, or I answer emails, or I speak to on the phone, or I stop the bank stealing people's houses, or shut the courts down. So I have to put it in a list of priorities. These are your communities. This is you interacting with them. I've already done that a long time ago. This is your turn now. If you want to start to speak to people about kindness credits, then you need to start to introduce it into your own lives yourself. And until you've put a rock in your hand and given it to somebody and explained step 1 to 2, then thank you. You're never going to get.
I'm just trying to get that. No, I'm just trying to get, because you said you were not signing anything anymore in any case. So the seal would be important to have, because that would go onto every document as well that I do serve, right?
Yeah, but I don't know about the intellect incurred in getting the stamp from the stamp factory while you're in India. There must be some business.
Okay, so you're saying I can just get it done from anywhere? The PDF
yes,
file is there,
yeah,
so I'll
you
just
don't
share
have
it?
to, no, yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
okay, no,
No, we're not guiding you
to,
anywhere to invest. What we want you to do is go to your local community.
just making sure.
Say, look, I've got, there's going to be thousands of people using these stamps, and what's the best offer that you can give me in slave tokens? And what about if I take your liabilities and you make these stamps for free for 5 hours a week instead?
And then all I have to do after that is put their name up and their address as per for the utilities and whatever it be, for whatever.
And that's it. And the stamp's actually on Minister Emoven's Facebook profile page.
Yep. I got that. The PDF though, I'll have to just go through the files once more. I'm
no,
not
it's
sure
a PDF. The profile picture is a PDF. If you click on the Emoven page, the profile pic is PDF.
Oh, the Emoven page. Okay. Sorry, I went to the other one. I went to the universal law one and tried looking for it over there. I could find it.
Yeah, it's not in that, but it is on the document.
Emoven, the Emoven site, the Emoven page.
Yeah.
I'm on that too. Okay, and sorry, there's just that.
You are awesome, Morphic Resonance. Look what Morphic Resonance has put in the chat box without reading it out, anybody. Just so that nobody puts the lean on them, and let them have a fresh presentation about what this is for them. Now,
I've just contacted the stamp company for 40% discount.
Oh my God! I just said don't read it out.
Sorry. I'm so sorry. I didn't hear that. Your voice cracked up. I'm so sorry about that. Okay, cool. I will then, I guess that's it. I will listen to, I guess, re-listen to a lot of videos and get back if I have any more questions.
Great. Okay. Cool.
Thank
Now,
you.
has anybody else got any questions?
Yes, I have a question.
Hello. I recognise those dulcet tones.
Hello. Hello. Well, I love the idea of unregistering from my GP. The only trouble is I do need a continuous medication in order not to become ill. So I'm just wondering, do we just get that privately then? Is that what we do? And cut out the middleman?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, thanks. That's what I'll do. Cheers.
All right, love.
Thank you.
But really, you should be coming and saying, tell me what the symptoms are and let's deal with the cause of that. We've got some amazing people with some amazing equipment and abilities now. It's incredible. Also, I'm learning about all sorts of different bioresonance machines that people are sending me information about. These writer machines, and these healing machines. You've got people who are making amazing natural remedies, and it's all coming together now. So you're just gonna be able to click your app, or better still, you'll be able to download the Gazette that's going into in the next 2 weeks. I want to get that done. Going into a server, where you can download it, and then hopefully somebody might take the initiative to get it printed by going and seeing a local printer who's struggling at the moment, discharge all of their liabilities, and say, can you print that for us in exchange? And then put that into the communities so they've got something nice to hold and a point of reference in their hands. So when they do press the button, if they do, on the system as it is with the digital slavery we're all in, then there's the hubs are there. We know how to get who's got what or where they are, and then it doesn't matter, does it, if they do all that.
Yeah, I'm just trying not to die in between all that. That's all.
Trying not to die. Okay, okay. Well,
yeah, love it, love it. I love to do all that, and I'm up for any kind of healing. And I do, minister to myself a lot, which is why I only take a tiny, tiny amount of medication. But if I don't have it, I do become quite ill. So.
Right. Let's. Anne's got some land. And she's got 4 acres of land that she's thrown open to the trust and the people in the community to go and grow some food there in Suffolk. So anybody who is in that area, if you'd like to make yourself known by email to, you can look on the Kindness Credits accounts on the trust page, on the trust site, press Kindness Credits, and you'll see that the directory is getting bigger every day. It took me all day to put one up yesterday because the laptop kept crashing. So somebody else is going to have to duplicate that page and start to upload it because they really are inconveniencing me now at this end. And you can then scroll through there and you'll see, oh, I'm in that area and somebody's offering me healing or therapy or organic oil or whatever it is that they're putting up there. And you'll see that there's growing projects. So if you want to give your 5 hours to a growing project, then you just click the little header that's there with the number on it, and you want to exchange for that account. Make a note of the account number, and then when you click add my 5 hours, you want to exchange your 5 hours, so you put your account number in with these 5 hours. I want to go and invest my 5 hours in Suffolk growing food, or in Kent, or in Preston, or Stoke, or we've got Nottingham coming on board. You've got people going around in London now, knocking on doors and getting people to grow seeds in the garden, which is great news. And you've got the project that's in South East London, which we're all very excited about. There's going to be a meeting down there to just connect everybody together and have a new year powwow and assess, obviously, the buildings. We've got glaziers, happy to say somebody who's offered glazing services, and today joinery, somebody's mentioned. So we've just got to put it all up on the website, or it's all there for you now. It's not, so I don't think you're going to die because it's already there. So if you just send me an email with what your symptoms are, I can forward that to whoever it is that might be able to help, and let them create something else for you to be testing yourself on, instead of them testing their pharmaceuticals on you. And let's keep going a bit longer than you would if you continue to use them. So there's nothing that they've ever made that hasn't got a natural version of it. Everything is it's a duplicate. It's a synthetic version of reality and nature. So yeah, just let me know, love, what it is and send me it over. Anybody else got any questions? Pany, is your hand up from before, or is it a new one?
It's a new one.
Oh, hi then.
Sorry, because I keep forgetting. I'm waiting so long. I'm like, but is it Critty? Because he reminded me. If there's a law, someone's got making their own promissory note. It's the same as making slave currency, isn't it? I believe. There's people that make their own promissory notes.
Well, tell us what you think about them people.
No, what it is, because someone said they're going to do me one, and I said, hold on, because if it's going to make slave currency, I don't want to do it.
Oh, right. Anything, it depends what was on the promissory note.
Because
if I write you a promise to clean your house for you 5 times a week in exchange for you fixing my car when I need it, is that slave token promissory note?
Well, that's different. This is for a property, so someone's going to cash that, aren't they?
Oh, I don't know. I don't know.
I don't know how it will work, because I know with stones, how can you cash stones in?
I don't do things like that anymore.
I'm saying, like,
no, I used to do that. I used to do that for the banks, and you were all slaves, so I stopped doing it because it enslaved you all. So,
but then what would be the process then?
I'm not telling you. It's under non-disclosure. Go and work for the bank, and
Okay.
if you want to create debt.
No, what I'm saying is, because I don't want that to happen.
Right. So, you
know where I am. I've done so many things, and a friend of mine is doing.
I don't know what you're asking me. First of all,
basically, he's doing a promissory note so I can buy a property.
Who's giving you a promissory note?
He's not giving me. He's making a promissory note for me. He's my own promissory note.
Well, it's not. How can somebody else make you a promissory note and be your own?
Well, he thinks it'll work.
Somebody else can't make.
So
okay, so
I don't know.
Right. Well, when you do know what your question is, come and ask.
No, but that's what it is. Because
it's not a question, is it? My first question.
Go to jail. I don't want to do that either.
Well, so what are you asking me for then?
I'm asking because a friend of mine, he says he's going to do me a promissory note to buy a property.
And my answer is why?
Because it's a property I want to do something with, to do stuff for this and get people all making a community there.
Why do you think that you need to buy something if we've just gone through all of those hours of listening and learning?
Because
we can't buy anything because nobody can sell you anything. You can't buy anything because nobody can sell you anything. You haven't got anything to buy anything with.
And I remember you said, if you want to buy somewhere, you go through the process. Where's it going? And you get down to the first person. I sort of couldn't understand that.
That was the restoration of rights of the creditors where you're at the moment. And only if you were going to continue to use slave token promissory notes with the slave token value on it, are you creating the debt again with your mind that you still think you're something to buy, first of all?
No, but if there's someone living there and they're selling it.
Well, if somebody's living there and they're selling it, you go to them and say, well, it's financial logic. And I'm really sorry, Pany, for being short with you, because I've sent you all this, love, and I know that it keeps
Do
crashing.
you know what? I haven't looked
I
at
know
that
you
yet.
haven't
I printed
had
it all out, and I've
don't-
got it in front of me. I've
Have
got
you
it in
got
front of me.
Oh, you've got it.
I've printed it all out, and I've got it in
Right.
front of me.
Have a look
And
at
I've been,
financial
like I said, I've
logic.
been up
Okay.
looking after my parents. You know what I mean? And I've
Okay.
been on this.
Financial logic then. So you'd pick up your financial logic and you'd have a look and go through that. And it doesn't matter if it's somebody that you're exchanging the right of use of a property with, or if you want to exchange some, let's say somebody's going to fix my car. You'd use this in every exchange. What is
Right,
it?
yeah, but
You
see,
won't
my
be,
point is, I know
you don't know
I
what
know
I'm
it's
going to
wrong
say
here.
because I haven't.
No, I don't
yet.
at all. I don't know what you're going to
Okay,
say. I'm
so
just saying,
can I
all
just
I
either reserve my
two things
rights
I
to
don't
be
want.
spoken over,
Okay,
or
sorry,
I listen to the answer?
sorry. Go on. Sorry, I
Right.
need to apologise.
So,
I know I do this.
are you ready?
I'm ready.
Okay, cool. You go to the party who it is that you're doing the exchange with, such as somebody who is wanting to sell their house. And what is it that have you got a mortgage? Why do you want me to give you 120 grand for this? It's worth much more than that, first of all, isn't it? Your right
I
of
don't
use.
know.
Yeah, of course it is. Your right of use of something's priceless. If you haven't got a property and you needed
Oh
right.
yeah, of course. Yeah, that's 1,000,000%. Yeah, that's a roof
Right.
over your head, of course.
So who puts a price on something? Well, this guy obviously has to sell in the house. So why has he come to that amount that he's valuing his right of use of? Well, because the bank said that's what I've got to pay him back. And I need that to be able to clear my credit rating so that I can buy something else. Well, what are we doing? We're still feeding the buying and the selling and the fraud, aren't we? So we say, look,
Sorry.
I'm going to take the liability of the reason why you think you need to ask me for slave tokens, and I'm going to discharge that in whatever way it is that I need to do that. So if it's because the bank, you owe the bank, then I'll discharge that mortgage using this rock. Then you give him a rock. And he looks at you in complete agog and he says, so you're going to pay me with a rock? Well, that rock represents my share of the planet's resources. So I'm going to use that to discharge the liability that you've got, and we'll do the conveyance as I'm buying the right of use. I am discharging your liabilities in exchange for the right of use of this property for perpetuity, and it's my trust that's doing it. Do you need to buy something?
So that's like getting them on board as well, which is great.
Yeah, and that's the point of this. It's not just.
No, it makes total sense, because what it is, look, two things I didn't want was for someone to lose out and for me to put money back in the system, fiat currency, because I know what it does. It's disgusting. And that's what I was asking. I didn't want anything to interfere with that, but you just answered it perfectly. I love that. I love that, because the more we can get people on this, we won't even need to be asking these questions.
Hooray! I won't have to keep repeating myself. It's like water torture.
I know, and I feel like you're doing that, and you're doing it. And I'm making you do it now.
Yeah. Have you finished?
Sorry, one other question. Someone put on the chat about a healing device, and I told you we're going to open a healing, a therapeutic building. I've got my herbalist guy. He said he'll run it. He's really grateful, and I know some machines, but I don't not clued up on all the machines.
Okay, you can have a meeting face to face on that. This is for people who've got questions about where there's that really in the steps to get them in that same position where you are now, Pany. So
okay, well then
all I've got to say go and have these meetings with the people face to face who've already done these steps, and this is what we need to do now, is get out of our own way and let other people who are not at that level get themselves there. So have you got any more questions?
Just one thing to that Kriti from India. You need to keep confident. Don't let no one take you off where you stand, and just find somewhere. That's what I know you're trying to say. Just find somewhere, and I'm sure he's got loads of places in India. It's massive, isn't it?
And
that
Pany's
probably
going
isn't
to
even
tell
being
you.
used.
Pany's going to
It's
tell
probably not
you
even being used.
next week about how he went and he actually practiced what he preached to everybody, and we're going to see videos of them having a big party outside
Brilliant.
with growing their food and wearing their
Brilliant.
Emoven t-shirts and building this amazing healing centre with all the amazing other people that he's got around in the community. And then
Brilliant.
we can direct Pany.
Well, I've got a couple of Indian friends, and I'm going to tell them.
I can't wait.
People
I
back home,
can't wait for next week.
do what you
see
can
this.
do, because
I
if it
know.
has to
I've
go down
got.
like
You know what?
wildfire.
I've got complete trust in all of you, because you're all made out of universal law. So you know,
We're all one. We're all
yeah,
one. We're getting back together again. This is it. I love
it's
this.
great, isn't
I
it?
love
I'm
this.
back
I
together
love
again.
this. It's
Lovely.
amazing. It's amazing.
Right,
It
we've got
is. It's
somebody
like
else
so
with their hand
uplifting.
up.
But anyway,
Sorry,
yes. Thank you very much.
the person you. But anyway, hello with their hands up. I'm not going to say that name because it sounds rude in Greek if I say that. Hello.
Hello, is that me?
Hi.
Hi, greetings. Thank you so much. I am kind of blown away with all the information that or the download that I'm receiving. A good friend of mine recommended that I join in the live today. Shared a little bit of what the movement or the family is about, and I am very, very interested because I am more than ready to let go of the old paradigm and just return to the natural state of my being and our being, which is freedom. So I need help. I don't know where to start. So yeah, that's where I am. I'm a little bit aware that we live in a very corrupt matrix, and I just need help. Step one, I'm a child in this movement, so I need help. So yeah, that's where I am.
Okay, well, it's nice to have you home, first of all.
Thank
you. And what I've just explained on there over the last, I don't know how long this has been going on, are the steps. And the giving back of the birth certificate is that you are actually breaking the spell when you do that.
Okay.
And
so I've just, sorry to cut you there. I did that with another organization under common law. I'm still waiting for them to confirm that they have received it on their end. So I don't know whether it still counts.
No.
With this movement.
No,
okay.
You have to give it back to the Vatican, don't you? It's not. You have to claim it. You can't claim it in common law jurisdiction because it wasn't created in common law jurisdiction.
Okay.
It was created in ecclesiastical and mercantile, and then it can't have any standing in common law because common law is not supposed to acknowledge a fraud in a contract, and there you are committing a fraud, saying that's mine and I'm claiming it. So take a copy.
The first step, reclaim a birth certificate.
No, you can't reclaim something that's not yours.
Okay, what's the word?
You're severing the contract of the presumption. You're making a quiet title.
That's the word.
Yeah. You're making a quiet title, which quietens the presumptions that you are making or going to make any claim to anything that isn't yours.
Okay. And a silly question, how do I do that?
By giving your birth certificate back to the police station.
Okay.
There's some videos.
All right.
If you listen to the other Zoom links that are on the Emoven channel on YouTube.
Okay. That's where I need to go. I haven't been there, so that's my bad. I'll go on there and I'll just listen to everything I need to listen to. Okay. I won't bore you with any more questions because you kind of just
the questions are fine, but the answers are, most of the answers are already out there anyway.
Okay.
And then when you've done that, those simple steps, and even listen to this one a couple of times, you'll find that you've got most of up to step 5 covered in there, and even we've talked about restoration of rights.
So you just to clarify, yes. Sorry, go ahead.
Okay.
No, go ahead. You were saying something.
We're at the restoration of rights level now.
Okay.
But the people are coming in who are, you know, you're starting at step 1, so you
Mm-hmm.
don't have to do step 1 and all the way through that, but it's
Mm-hmm.
working well for you to do that, because you're actually you're creating your own trust first, and
Yeah. Yeah.
you're executing your own decisions, and you're taking all of your parts back bit by bit
Mm-hmm.
that you've been diminished into giving away and divided up by, and restoring your rights, like Pany just said, to your own mind first. Or is it Minister of India? I don't know. And it's that. So by you restoring your rights, then you've got something worth giving to somebody. That's what's backing your rock. I'm a secure party creditor of my own rights, in my own
Mm-hmm.
rights. and I'm giving that's what my rock represents. I'm giving you that knowledge and that surety and that standing. How many jars of honey that's worth, I don't know. But somebody else, if they can work that out with their financial logic and see that, well, okay, my 5 hours, if I work 55 hours a week and I get, I don't know, £1,000 a month, then, and my overheads are £1,000 a month, and I can put all of those overheads into another pot over there and do 5 hours a week, I'm doing 20 hours a week then, divided by 1,000. How much is my hourly rate? Who's got a calculator?
Not me at the moment.
Who's got a rock?
Yeah, I get your point.
Right, well, just a second and I'll tell you exactly. So it's divided by 20 hours instead. So my hourly rate is 50 slave tokens an hour. If my overheads are £1,000 a month and I have to work 55 hours a week to get £1,000 a month, how much is my hourly rate in Slaveville? So 55 hours times 4 is 220. So 1,000 divided by 220. It's pence. It's 4 slave tokens and a half an hour. So immediately by you doing this, your energy, if you want to value it still in Slaveville, it's £50 an hour. So you've just increased it by 45 slave tokens an hour. And you've got the rest of your time for free.
Amazing. And that's what I really want, really, that freedom, because I have children, and I want to give them a better quality of life than I've had, you know.
Well, sorry to interrupt you, love. Whereabouts are you?
I am in London, but I am originally from Kenya. So I'm planning to help myself first and help people from Kenya. So taking it all the way to Africa.
Awesome. Any help that you want with that, I'm here. Like we said, but it's by doing it yourself first. Like we said with Emoven India, you exemplify it for yourself. Otherwise, you can't speak with conviction, can you? You can't.
Exactly.
That's the point. So it's lovely to connect. Thank you for.
Thank you. I'll go on YouTube and I'll listen as much as possible. Any questions I have, I'll come back. But I'll definitely tune in weekly.
Once you've watched all that, I don't mind as many questions as you want, because obviously we're missing a lot of people still asking questions.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate your time and effort.
You're welcome.
Keep shining your light. It's beautiful.
Thank
Take
you.
care. All right. Thank you. Bye bye.
Right, Mark, you keep coughing down the mic. Do you want to say something?
I beg your pardon.
How are you, darling? All right.
I thought I was muted. Sorry. My apologies.
Do you need some antidote for that cough?
Well, it's the fall I had the other day that when I was pissed and I went to hospital a bit. So and I fell off the stairs. Yeah, not a good idea.
Okay.
But then I'll send you a message. I'll give you a call. I've got your number in the site, and I'll give you a call because obviously I'm further on than some of these people.
I wanted to speak to you. All you need to do. Are you on Facebook?
I am.
If you have a look on the Emoven and on my wall, or the wall that Minister Emoven uses pretending to be something that she's not, you'll see there is like a little script today of what you say through these steps. So you're going to call the suppliers now and say, hello, I'm Minister Emoven, and I've moved into this property and the account's still in the previous occupier's name. Can you tell me what's going on, please?
Right, okay. Right. Because
You're
I've
ready
sent
for
us two
that?
bills.
Yeah, you're ready for
Yeah,
that
I opened
now.
I opened the first one when I got the second one to see where it was.
Why?
Just curious, you got the best.
I mean, this is really hammering it home now. The one thing that you do not do once you've assigned your consent is you pick up the liability. It's not at this address anymore, or it is. If you think that document is addressed to you, then you still believe that you're the legal fiction, and then you have to, you accepted service. That's why it's not been. Yeah. So now just draw a line under it. That's it. Call them and call another supplier and say you've just moved into the property and you don't know what the previous supplier was. They'll find out for you. Can you organise my switch for me, please?
Right. Okay.
That's it.
Yeah.
Start
So what do I do with it? What do I do with this bill now? Do I pay it and leave them?
Well, you've opened it, haven't you? And it hasn't been done.
I've got two of them. The one's not open. The other one's opened.
Right. Well, you've
I opened the second one. The first one, sorry.
I wouldn't be paying them at all. I can jog on because I'm paying myself. So I'm either going to be behaving like a secured party creditor or I'm not. So I would seal it back up and I'd send it back to them saying, open by error and not known at this address. And then I'd call them and I'd say, why are you still sending mail to a previous legal fiction that was occupying this property when I already told you that it's Minister Emoven? Now,
that was the point. I didn't actually tell them that, so I've messed up there.
Okay.
I should have. I didn't. That's where I sent you the message from.
Okay, so
I didn't do that, so that's my fault.
Okay, look,
I didn't send them that.
Okay. I'm not talking about sending them that. I'm not talking about sending them that. You're missing the point. They were already notified when the switch was done. But what you've done is when they go through a process called phishing, and they pish you for phishing. They bait you to see if they can get anybody at that address who would still assign to be the liability holder for that legal fiction. And so how many times we went over this? You do not respond to that. It is not yours.
Right.
And so you send it back.
Okay. Send it back, open and ring them up and tell them that it's a new.
What the bloody hell are you doing?
Yeah.
You know, you're the secured party creditor. You've kindly agreed in this moment in time to assign your share of the planet's electricity to this private corporation. If you can't be bothered to update the records accordingly, then don't expect anybody to be paying for or discharging the liabilities for the supplier at this address. Because I'm not accepting the liabilities of something that isn't mine. Now, if you address it to Minister Emoven, I can settle it. What do you want to update your records, or shall I change supplier? Or shall I just continue with the supply at that property in that legal fiction, and I'll just keep sending you the bills back? Which would you prefer as an offer of settlement to this matter?
Okay, I'll ring them in the morning.
Go on, lad, and record it so I can hear you. That'll be fun.
Okay.
All right. Have you got any more questions? So you're all right up there?
Yeah, I have a question.
Okay, let's have a question.
I was wondering what happens if you call them from the same mobile number that's been registered to your legal fiction?
If you look under Mercantile Law Amendment 5, which is how the government got to be to where they were, it's surety, the definition of surety. So all accounts are to be passed to the party standing surety to them in order for them to be discharged. that includes this telephone line. So if they say, well, we've got this telephone connected to a previous account holder at that address, you can say, that's right, that account, that telephone has been assigned to Minister Emoven, and I'm the liability holder for the supply at this address in due course. If you
All
don't,
right, super. Even if it's a mobile.
whatever, it doesn't matter, email address or whatever. I mean, it's better if you call from another number, or you can go on the USwitch site and you can do it on the website. You just nominate another supplier and switch supplier.
Or easier still, why don't you just withhold your number?
Ding, 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 here she is.
Come on,
The voice of
people.
reason, here she comes. I've missed you.
Right.
Missed you too, mate. I've just been sitting in the background listening.
Super.
I'm glad you only just popped up now then to correct my folly for me. Yeah, that's a much simpler way with old number. Thank you. We're speaking
You're
to
welcome.
someone today that knows you. He went across to the house that you used to live in while I was on the phone because we were going to surprise you. Let me in.
Sorry, lovely, what was that?
There was somebody who lived across the road from where you used to live, and we thought you still lived there. So I said, go across the road and knock on the door, and we'll shout, "Hello!" You'd moved. There was somebody else at that address, so I'm going to connect you to him. He's somebody that you know from the past, and he absolutely.
Oh, okay, I think I know. Does it begin with C?
Now you're asking. No, it all begins with Emoven now.
The old name. That's all right. That's okay. I think I know who you're talking about though, because
Yes,
I knew one person around there.
Yeah, it does begin with C. Yeah.
Yeah, lovely. Okay. Oh, brilliant. Okay, yeah. If you can, just give him my number. That'd be brilliant.
Lovely. I was going to ask if it's all right. I thought it would.
Yeah, no, that's not a problem at all.
Yeah.
The other thing as well, I've not been able to get hold of you, and I've not had any emails from you either for some reason.
Because it don't work. Every time I go and start to do attachments, it just absolutely smashes my laptop.
Okay, I've sent you one tonight that's quite interesting as well. So have a look.
We're going to have to sort something out about this laptop malarkey.
Yeah, we'll just see if we can get you a VPN or something.
I can't get on a VPN with it because the IP address to the VPN is blacklisted.
It's a bit like mine though, because that happened to me before. So don't worry, you're not the only person it's happened to.
No, I'm in good company. It's like your badge of honour if you get that. If you get that much inconvenience. Elizabeth, have you put your hand up again, love? Did you got another question?
No.
Oh, sorry. So I'll have a look, darling, when I can get in there. I'll have a look. Now,
okay. Yeah.
Has anybody? Have you not got any questions? Anyway, you should be doing your own show. Hello.
Hello. Is anybody there? Setting up a hub in the northeast. How would I go about it? There's a few people that's interested in it. Is there any pack to say how we would do it?
You keep breaking up. The signal's really bad.
I'm looking at setting up a hub in the northeast.
Right.
Is there any information packs?
What would you have me write in an information pack?
Basics.
Okay.
How set out.
Step one. Go door to door. I'll say it again. Go door to door and tell them that you're setting up an organic veg box scheme. How much veg do you want? Go door to door and say, I'm here from We Buy Any Debt, Kindness Credits, Universal Law Community Trust, Big Blue Asset Management, Secure Pack, whatever you want to introduce yourself as, and ask them how they're doing today. Is there something that we can help you with in our community? And that's how you set your hub up.
Right.
And so you get the
Okay,
information from the
that's
people. Then you get it's like, oh, you can just go and put leaflets through the doors. We're having a meeting at such and such day, coronavirus free party. Come to the farm and have some organic coffee and some organic cake and learn how to restore your rights of the creditors to this shit show, something like that. You've really just got to, your community has only got a hub if you go and introduce this to your community, that's basic.
right.
What you can do on Facebook is you could create like we've done with the Dorset Organic Food Producers Supporters groups. You can create one of them and share it with all your friends and put it into your other local Facebook groups and ask them how much organic veg do you want. Have a look at Riverford for a guide, small, medium or large. Put your debts in this account here, in this email, on this website, and you can afford organic food too, because you're not paying all of those debts. I mean, this is you're now in the stance where it's what you're responsible for your community, is what you create from there by the connections that you make with the people who are your community. And it's just, there's no point in buying a rubber stamp from England if you're in India. That's the biggest irony. It's a great one, that. So, you're lucky you're near organic farmers, you're in open areas by farms and organic shops, you told me. Is that right?
Yeah, there is around about.
So you go to them and you say,
I'm in a hamlet.
You go to them and you say, hello, I'm organising a veg box scheme. I've got people who want to grow food in the community. And so, but for now, I've just got this list of orders. What's the best slave token price you can give me if we come to you and order in bulk, so that you don't have to go to 10 or 15 houses and you can just drop it at my farm once a week? And that's your hub. People come there for your food. And then we've got the homeschooling that went on there. They were baking bread, they were making chocolate, and I mean, you've got that's the spawning of your hub.
Right.
All the information.
That wasn't what I was.
Oh, sorry.
That wasn't what I was thinking.
Thinking?
It's far superior to what I was thinking.
Say again?
I don't know what I was. It wasn't along the lines that I was thinking, but when I'm thinking about it now, it should have been.
Oh. What were you thinking?
I don't know. I've been thinking about the teachings of stuff, like a classroom practice or something like that, in the fabrication side, in the like I say, with Andrea doing the horse riding. We're looking at the field side with regarding the veg and stuff.
Well, okay, so your little leaflets might say then community garden project, free organic food for everybody who comes and gives 5 hours a week. And they come and they're like, oh, you're giving out free, well, it's an exchange. You put 5 hours in here and you take an organic veg box home with you. You stand surety to it. So, you say, right, okay, I've posted, I don't know, 1,000 leaflets all over the place. I might get 10 people out of that. And so I'm going to stump up the slave tokens, first of all, to kickstart this, to introduce kindness credits to my local organic food producer, because I'm not producing any yet. I go along to the farmer who's got the organic food, or the supplier, and I say I want 10 veg boxes every week, and whatever we have as a family as well, delivered to this one drop-off point, so knock me off the petrol cost. And I'm going to show you how it works as we go along. and I'm going to come to you, 6 months from now, and we're going to be doing an exchange for whatever it is you've got in your gardens, whatever it is that I've got in this growing project here. And I'm going to give the people who come the veg box and discharge all of their liabilities, so that they can come and give me more hours freely if they want to do the thing that they love. And then that grows from there, because they bring the children then, and the children get involved, and your wife gets to introduce them to the horses, and that's how you build your hub, just by you standing surety to it. So the idea is that the slave tokens that we've not put back in to these corporations, you invest in your local community that's already struggling to even keep open or survive. You throw in them their lifeline to be able to bring them out of their slavery, and helping you create your community with what you've already got there. That's you brokering open your credit file, taking the credit that you would have given to the government or the corporate state, and funding and supporting what it is that you want to see done with it instead. That's you as an investor now. You're investing in buying shares really in that guy's business by giving him your credit that you've not fed into the electricity, gas, water, DVLA, whatever it is. And so you're in a position to be able to stand surety. That's what Minister Emoven is. You are standing surety to the rest of your community while they all learn what it is they need to learn, by using the energy that you've got back from the system. Right, it looks like slave tokens at the moment, because all the Slaveville around you wants that. But if you can show them that if it's left that slavery in slavery, and we use a different method of exchange, then they're free too. You've immediately broken the chains for them and brought them into your community. And you theirs.
Right. Yeah. Right. Okay, that's my answer answered. My question answered. Thank you.
That's great. Do you want to say, if you want some help with some leaflet designing, there's people who are offering that. We can send you over somebody's email address if you want somebody to do that. Designed the logo for the Minister Emoven t-shirts and the People's Protection Patrol. And if any of you want any of these t-shirts, yeah. If any of you want the t-shirts, if you just look on the website, you can see which number it is that you need to exchange with. So you can put on there, right, okay, well, I'm going to have 10 people comment. We've all got 10 people who've answered it. You could even make a job posting on Facebook, like I've done with the Minister Emoven for the, create your own Minister Emoven Northeast, and or your community trust project page, and put a job posting in there for people to come and give 5 hours or whatever it is, teaching, or put it in the homeschooling groups.
Sorry, hi Liz, can I quickly ask a question?
Yes, of course.
Do you have any screen printers at all within the network?
Screen printers?
Yeah, people who print t-shirts. So. Yeah,
I don't know if it's screen print, but it's Jen, are you there? Let's see. I can't see because the chat box is open. I can't shut it. Can you see? Yeah. There's.
Hiya.
Hi, love. Is it screen printing you do?
No, it's with the heat press.
Right.
Oh, heat press. Oh, okay. Okay. Cool. I'll probably email you, Jen. Is that okay?
Yeah. No, that's fine. Yeah.
Oh, fantastic. Thanks a lot. Cheers.
We still need a picture, Jen, of.
I know. I will get onto that tomorrow, actually.
Just even if you just post it into files so people can see what it is.
Yeah, no, I'll do that.
Also, people are asking me about these mugs with chocolates in, and it's like, okay, well, that's the we have to either do it or we don't do it. But I'm very excited to hear and read these emails that are going backwards and forwards that you copied me into. So thanks for that. with all of that that's going on down there. It's great.
Okay.
Have you got any pressing matter?
No, not at the moment.
If everybody can get us together, all we need to know, what area are you and how much veg do you eat a week as a family? And we can just take that information and do a very simple correlation of that, and then go to the actual farmer, local distributor, and introduce kindness credits. But we need that information. So otherwise we're stabbing in the dark. We can go and ring them up and say, well, we might have 5, or we might have 10, or we might have 2. We want some. You all eat vegetables, and you all go to the supermarket, or you all supply, maybe already with a supplier from organic food. Let's go to those people that you know, and that's why it worked so well down there with Jo, because it was somebody that she was already using for her own supply anyway, and we just added to it. And she went, I think it was about 60 people in 24 hours inside that group. And then there was, like I say, people doing other things there, homeschooling. It's not homeschooling, you just bring your children along and we all have a load of fun together. It's, that's what it is. That's what it should be like. Has anybody else got any questions? Some messages here. You put there about having silk. If you want, should we make silky robes for Minister and Ben? Go and stand in the muddy fields. That would be hilarious. I don't think you can put heat transfers on silk, can you, without it shriveling up?
No, I wouldn't do it like that.
No.
But I've printed screen printing onto silk before, but I have raw silk, as in on the meter, on the roll.
Okay. Do you have a screen printer where you've sent it to someone?
It's a business I used to have years ago.
Right. Oh, so you've still got the screen printer?
No, I still have the silk.
Ah, right. Okay, I got you. Jay, did you have was there a specific reason why it needed to be a screen printer, or did you just need printing?
Ideally, a screen printer for a design that I have in terms of because I got an idea when you're talking about posting leaflets through letterboxes or handing people business cards, and I did a design a short while ago. I think it was end of 2019, and it's got to do with fruits and vegetables and some information on the back of why the fruits and vegetables are very important, how nutritious they are, and the properties that they have. And that just came to mind when you're talking about approaching people, going door to door. So that's one of the ideas I have in terms of approaching people.
The thing with Abel and Cole, thank you, sorry for that. We'll have to find a screen printer, won't we? What about? I mean, I love the whoever it is who's behind that legal name. It's illegal to use the legal name. And the billboards. Don't paint a billboard. Restoration is right. The most important thing at the moment is to get rid of those 5G transmitters, because whatever else it is that we're doing for growing food, it's beyond a joke, the amount of microtests that are being pumped out into our communities. And
with the 5G transmitters, who do we approach with that? Is that the council?
You put the council notice, but you just stick the restoration of rights on the transmitter, or the offensive item, as we call it. And,
okay.
And then it's already been publicly noted anyway. They've been on notice since February. Inside the ECC, it's publicly noted in that filing. And they've been on notice since April this year. The off Gen, Ofcom, all of those governing bodies, and you know, you've got that lovely receipt from Companies House. Use it. Anybody who says that you haven't got any, that doesn't count for anything. Well, it counted enough for this, and if it doesn't count for anything, then you can't stand there to tell me that it don't count for anything, because you need it to count to stand there. So you just dissolve your standing. Bravo. Either way, you've got them.
Can I just break in here a second?
Yeah.
It might be advisable as well for people that if they're going to go to the council, then to look on DMB, find their council and find what they're actually trading under, because there's a lot of them actually the councils are doing business as actual schools rather than the actual councils themselves.
What's that? Say what?
Yeah.
Right. So instead of being the council, they're actually trading as something else. So you need to go on Dun & Bradstreet and have a look for your council and find out what they're actually trading under.
Wow.
Yeah, there's I've been my former council that was under libraries and archives.
HM Treasury was trading as a council. I found them, and investing in Sharia law bonds.
Oh, the Silk one, yeah, I know. Yeah. Yeah, that's a private company, that one, yeah. And then there's all sorts of things going on. And then we found Stoke City Council, if anyone's in Stoke, trading as a pharmaceutical company.
Oh,
oh my God.
You know, nothing is what you actually think it is. So
no, it's not. It's not. Wow.
There is so much obfuscation going on. Bolton Borough Council, which is my hometown of birth, which has not traded as such. I didn't think Bolton Borough Council existed anymore. It was Bolton Metropolitan Borough. But I looked on a Companies House, and they're there, and they're a limited liability partnership.
Oh.
It is all smoke and mirrors.
Right, it was smoke and mirrors. It's now apocalypse, and that means that what you're working out in your heads now, it's wonderful to hear, is that is all secure. That is, you have got the right to restore your rights to the rightful use of those buildings. That's why it's shut down. Here, our town hall, they have to do their business in the car park. They have to go out there. Because we restored the rights to it and put the notice on the door, and nobody dare take it off because they're served if they do. It's still there.
Is that in Greece? I'm sorry, I don't know how to address you so that you're not offended. I know what not to call you, but I don't know what I can call you.
Anything except Black Rose, and it's all right. Some people call me Lisa, some people call me Emmy, some people call me Emoven, some people call me...
Lisa is lovely. Emmy is lovely. I will choose one of those. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. And it's in Greece that but it's everywhere. You know, you can't go. You have to have an appointment. You're doing the courts are holding so-called hearings on Skype, on Zoom. And it's because they don't really exist except for the people who believe in it. Now, when you go and you actually practice this, the empowerment that you suddenly realize that the only person that was kidding anybody was yourself. That you couldn't do this, that you didn't have the right to do this, and so in 2015 I wanted to examine that with the Article 61 of the Magna Carta. Does it work? And it doesn't. But I wasn't going to have a first-hand experience unless I went and practiced it. So I did, and I ended up with 40 police officers. Police officers pointing the guns because they said that I'd taken these two guys hostage in the house that we built for them. And anyway, there's a story I talked about this on other Zooms. And so then at that point, obviously, you realise that there's no standing to be had there. And it's just a presumption. And so you have to go all the way out of that and say, okay, well, who is it, or what is it? Where do I get my beliefs from? And have I practiced any of them? And when you actually do go, now, because we were using common law, it's never going to work because it was commerce. And this guy used to say this to me, and I'm like, no, shut up, common law rules, you know. And he said to me, you're trying to find common law rights in a contract corporate system, and that you're just stupid for trying. And I was really, you know, quite annoyed at that. But until you get to the point where you cannot kid yourself anymore that actually it is all commerce, we've all commonly accepted commerce as law, because we all ask each other, what's legal? Is it legal? Is it legal? Well, you know, like we said at the beginning, is legal lawful? No, it's not. So I'm not interested.
I didn't realise I was still unmuted there. No, I was laughing because when you see the size of you and you were holding how many people hostage? Come on, behave.
When they came to the door the first time, the bailiffs, after Article 61 was thoroughly ignored, and the judges stood up in the court and shouted, "There's no common law in this country anymore." So I shouted, "Call the police!" So they went out and grabbed these police in riot gear that had come through us, really. I'm shouting, "I'm the Sheriff of Dorset and I'm spanning you under your oath. Arrest that man." And he came running in. It is like, who? I pointed at the judge jumped up and ran away. So I'm going to get after him. Well, this poor policeman didn't know what to think, didn't know what to do. He's just been stood down by the, or stood up or stood under, wherever you want to put him, on the chessboard, on his common law oath. But in, you know, what I'm saying is that it was, because common law comes from that contract, supposedly of the Magna Carta, just looking at that, it was created under duress. It had a knife to somebody's throat, and we're going to say that anything worth of anything of any value has come from that somebody's written down and said, "There you go, guys." Well, like the plant. No, I didn't need to write reserved, all rights reserved on the plant, because the plant's rights are automatically to be presumed to be reserved. That's like anybody's rights are presumed to be reserved instead of presumed to be granted left, right, and centre for them to be trampled all over. So, and when the bailiffs actually came to execute the eviction of an other and all others, everybody was there really. We were chopping wood, we drilled the doors shut, and the drill died, the electric drill died, and we just stood there laughing with that. We can't even get out even if we want to now. And the bailiffs came, charging to the door, just as we'd cranked up the chainsaw. And whoopsie-daisy, it went through the side of the wooden house thing, and so they all ran away. And they couldn't come through until they'd done a risk assessment. And the way that they were going to complete that was by getting a hostage taker to come to speak to us through the hole, the tiny little hole that we had. We didn't have any windows. And he's saying, "Are you going to hurt us if we come in there?" And I'm saying to him, what are you going to do if we come in here? He's saying, "If we go in there." I said, "What are you going to do if you come in?" And it went on for 5 hours, just that. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? And at that point, they couldn't take any action because they couldn't do their risk assessment. And in the end, it came, and just as the time limit had going to be expired and they'd have to go back and do it all again, he came to the hole and he said, "Are you going to hurt us if we come through the door?" And one of the guys, who's a really lovely, peace-loving guy, shouts, "Of course we're not going to hurt you. We're peace-loving people." And I smacked him with the pot that we'd used for weeing in, because it just created joinder. And with that, they came through the door. And then there's a video, you can see it on, it still might be on there, Bournemouth Echo newspapers videos archive of the Bournemouth and Poole Free Energy Project, where they actually commandeered our tractor that had just brought us a load more wood and used it to smash the house to pieces that was built by the people in the community. 5 people in 5 hours built that, to prove how easy it is to provide shelter, food and energy without a corporate council getting in the way. And so, you know, the hoi polloi didn't like it. let's call them the hoi polloi, because we were right outside Camford School, and it turned out that the council had earmarked that land, lied about it, said that nobody was using it, so that they could build, use it for development of these very expensive villas for the elite. So that all came out in the apocalypse of that, and it got the people up, but because of the confused state that people are in and their fear, now we've got to the point where you haven't got anything left to lose. So that's what's got you up, I believe. Or that's what you think anyway. You think you haven't got anything left to lose, but really you realise that you never had anything in the first place of worth having. And this is the reset. In our definition, one new world order. That's what I said to the court. I said it's like new world order, but not in your definition. Have you heard of new world order? Please, yeah. I said I like that, but it's not in your definition because we didn't define it. If we're going to have one world currency, let it be a rock. If we're going to have, immunity certificates, let them be COVID clean ones. If we're going to have, energy, let it be driven freely instead of trapped in its own matrix of its mind. So, unless anybody's got any more questions, it's midnight at my end. I'm going to go. Oh, well done. We've already got a counter doing for ULC. That's all you need to do is create that, just like Andrew's done in the chat box and Emoven, in the chat box. And just create yourself a Facebook page or a group and connect with the hubs that are already there. Take people's telephone numbers and like I said, just meet up. You're all on essential travel, of course, because you're ministering the lawful remedy into your congregation. That's ecclesiastical standing by their definition. Get out of the way. So I'm going to say goodnight, unless anybody shouts question.
Yes, I've got a quick question. Pany has just put in the chat, and I was about to respond. He has asked a question, why is minister special? And I was tempted to reply, well, minister is neither male nor female, nor is it Mr. or Mrs. or anything like that. So it seems to be apart from the system. I will let you comment on that.
It says minister is special and a smiley face with a thumbs up.
Before that, I thought he said, why is minister special? This is why minister is special. Sorry, this is, I misread it. So
she's
tell me,
very, very special.
Oh, so you're saying Emma as a minister is special?
We owe her.
I understand.
Didn't you listen to what she just said?
I was thinking that you were asking about the term minister.
That's what she is. We owe her. We all owe her. Everybody on this land owes her, or everybody in a birth certificate system owes her.
No, you don't owe me, because I used to sell you all on the stock exchange.
No, I don't care what you've done.
I've settled the debt. I'm settling
it's
my
what
own
you're doing
debt.
now that matters, yeah? I done things in the past as well.
May I ask, Emma, your past history before you became a minister? Obviously, I explained I'm only 24 hours into your world. What was your history before you became aware of all of this?
She didn't hear. You was in jail.
I used to sell you on the stock exchange.
You used to sell us on the stock exchange, so you were involved in the security, the SEC, whatever it stands for then. Is that right?
She's paying back her 5 hours now.
Bloody right I am, with compounded interest for 10 millennia.
I'm sorry, Emmy, I really do want to understand. I know they're all laughing because they're well more into it than I am.
They're not. They're laughing because it's that, you know, that what we talk about is actually settling the ledger books of the debts that we've created in our lives against ourselves. And so this is what this looks like at my ledger book. So that's why I was laughing, because it must have been one hell of a debt. And so I work for, well, all my life I've been set up to learn all of these things that I've had to put together or been able to put together for this to be able to work in such an effective way. So where do I start? Where would you like me to start?
Well, start with your first job. Your first job from leaving school.
My first job from leaving school was I worked in Boots as a beauty consultant.
And then?
Oh, I can't, because this is, you really want me, this is a disclosure. Wait.
Watch YouTube. Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, I think it's probably better if you do that, actually, because anyway.
Okay. I don't want you to have to give a long diatribe. Then give me one line from Boots.
I did.
To
I
working at
sold
the
you.
SEC.
My line is, I used to sell you on the stock exchange. That's it. That's what you're getting.
Okay, so the YouTube channel presumably is the Emoven channel, which I've just subscribed to. So if I go through that, I will get the answers I'm looking for. Is that right?
Yes, hopefully. And then,
well, if not, there is Tuesday to ask you questions.
Yes, come and give me some more water torture. I love it.
I have a quick question.
Really, at the end of the day, she's here now, and that's it. So.
Well, I'm not here to hold her to account. I'm curious. As I say,
I am.
I've only been aware of you 24 hours.
Well,
that's it then. So
because I'm Minister Emoven, you know, I just keep popping up everywhere. But I could be your next door neighbour. I could be sitting in a tree outside. The whole point of this, Anne, is that what I'm trying to teach people is reserve your rights in disclosing information that may or may not be used against you in a misinterpreted way, is all I can say. So we'll start with beauty therapist.
That's fabulous.
Yeah, beauty therapist, and went from there, really. All went downhill after that.
Well, can I thank you? Can I thank you for putting into a capsule something that I can take away? That is to say, be careful of what I say that might be used against me in the future, which I think is what you've just said to me.
Yes, great. That's great. You've got the right to contract or not contract. You've got the right to reserve your rights about things that you would ordinarily disclose freely. And you know, when is it a benefit for me right now? Is it a benefit for me to disclose that information? No. Does it benefit anybody? No.
Thank you.
Thank you. And lots of love and kisses and kindness, and thank you for coming.
And big hugs, because not enough hugs are being given at the moment.
They're not. They're not. We need to give more hugs. I think we should write a declaration of the hugging treaty, which will come into force tomorrow.
You little hugger.
Have you got a license for that, madam? I'll be saying.
I can create one.
Yeah, good laugh.
Can I ask a question, please?
Of course, Joanne. Yes. Sorry. Oh, God.
Okay. Okay. Hi. Nice to speak to you. So, when I change my name with my energy providers to Ministry Emoven, am I adding any of my current legal fiction names? Am I putting Joanna or any of that on the end?
No.
Just Minister Emoven. So, will they not think that there's lots of this person is appearing all over the country?
Well, it's a lot of John Smiths.
Okay.
Yeah, can I please just chip in here, just to understand or make sure I have understood it, being that I'm a very new disciple. Minister of N is a name, like John Smith, as you say, it scrambles the system. It's not for the system to say that you are right or you are wrong in what you are given. They just have to take what they are told.
It stands for energy, mass, and movement, I believe. You can see it in the word, in the term, in the letters. Is that right?
Yes. Yeah, it was some words that just fell out of my mouth once when some police officer said, "Who are you? Who are you?" I don't want me to diminish myself. The best that I've got is energy and matter in movement, and I'm ministering that. So you can call me Minister Emoven. And I just watched his mind go boing, and I realised the effect that a hierarchy system played against them in their mind does to their own standing, and that's why it's been so effective. And what a great way to reserve your rights where you are indefinable. And the only definition that I've got is the minister of my own energy and matter movement. It's pretty liberating, I can tell you. So one of those things that you raised there wasn't quite on track. What you mentioned about the leadership. So what you're doing is you're contacting them, and you're saying that I'm the liability holder for this address.
Okay.
No, what I was trying to say, and if I didn't get it over rightly, is whatever you tell them, i.e. I am now responsible and I am Minister Emoven, it's not for the utility company to question that. They have no authority to question that, is what I was trying to say.
Yeah.
So forgive me if I didn't come across clearly.
I just missed it a little bit, tailed off. It's I am that I am. You are whatever you say you are. If you are the Vatican debt slave, then that's what you get. And if you're a minister of Emoven, you get something else.
Yeah.
I have a question, quick question for you.
Okay.
On the assignment of consent, where it says we are very happy to accept it for the amount, do you just, what sort of amount should you enter into there?
Nobody adds anything to these documents. That's adding to the manipulation of the law. If there was supposed to be anything added other than your thumbprint, it would already be there. It says that there is an amount undisclosed.
Yes, it does.
Undisclosed. Who's killing their dog? There's an amount undisclosed.
Ouch.
And just to be clear on the form, is it on the first form or the second form where you put your thumbprint? On the right or the left hand side?
It's on the document. It's one document. It's got 2 pages to it.
Yeah.
So you put it above sign of nature of originator. That's your thumbprint then.
I understand and I accept that I do not know everything, but the left-hand side of the page is for the debtor and the right-hand side is for the creditor. So I would naturally want to put it on the right-hand side.
Who told you that?
It's just something that I've read so much in the last 6 months. I cannot even point out where this all comes from. I'm just absorbing everything.
That came from Master Steve.
Just set fire to it all. All you need to know, all you need is that red paper, and that red paper says there is no contract, but the name is under non-disclosure. I'll be prosecuted if I use it. Both of those two things are true without you doing anything. If you use that name, you're prosecuting yourself. And say, to the police, I've done it myself, I haven't got a name under non-disclosure. Well, who are you, what do you mean? We don't recognise non-disclosure. If you don't recognise non-disclosure, and you're about to set a precedence for non-disclosures to have no standing, then by making me break mine, then the one that protects the Queen and the elite will be also broken, because it put me on the stand and I will disclose the undisclosed terms and conditions of the birth certificate, and you don't want me to do that, do you?
And sorry, the witness is that a separate person or separate individual?
It's you, yourself, and you. Me, myself, and I, isn't it? That's you.
Oh, I'm the witness as well.
You're all of it, love. You're everything. You're the whole universe.
So do I put one print or two prints?
No, oh, sorry. Let me have a look. Where are we at? We're at the.
So at the end of the second page of the
Oh,
form.
witnessed and done as a deed. It's Minister Emoven's witnessing it there, and you put your thumbprint. We were getting other people to witness it, and if you ever did need the whole this, you're at this transition point, right? So until you understand or comprehend it's you, yourself, and you. That these definitions that we're still hanging around with, like irrevocable deed because it's got 2 thumbprints on it, put your left thumbprint on it and your right thumbprint on it for me, because it's more than they deserve. This is for your own mind. Now, if you want to get somebody to come and say, just watch me put my thumbprint on here, and you put yours on there, and you need that, then do it. But please don't take them to a notary. That's another question that's come up. Do we get anything notarized? Nothing. Once you notarize it, you put it back in their system again.
Yeah, got it. Thank you.
Lovely.
So a thumbprint's not a notary then?
I use them. No, a notary by whose definition? Can I have a look at your dictionary, please?
That's a very interesting question. May I ask you? I am looking to do certain things, and I know you would probably disagree with them because it's in the public, issuing commercial liens by means of affidavit, which needs to be witnessed by a notary. You raised some interesting points 30 seconds ago. What is a notary and what makes them a notary? Could I get my neighbour to notarize something?
Yeah, it's an ecclesiastical seal, a notary. It's from that system. You're getting it notarized in their system. They get a quiet title from us saying, "Shh, there's something that something that I did, but I can't tell you what." And that's how it works. Our quiet titles say there is something that has happened in relation to this particular reference number, but we can't tell you what because it's under quiet titles.
Okay, so I am not yet aware of what the whole of the Emoven movement is all about. So I don't know about the trusts, etc., etc. I do know about the public and the private,
You think you know about the public and the private.
And I accept that. I am still learning.
Yeah. Okay,
but where I am at the moment is what I understand.
I'm just trying to help save you 7 years or however long it is until you pull your head out of that rabbit hole. You do not need to comprehend anything that's fictional anymore. You just need to serve a paper to whatever door it is that you believe that fiction is coming through and appearing real in your mind, and shutting that door yourself. So the notary system, it belongs to the fictional system. You are all of those things back. So that's Minister Emoven has got a seal to replace notary seal. Minister Emoven's got a seal to replace any presumption that they could securitize a sign of nature. This is commerce.
I accept what you're saying there, but I want to pursue a claim against a company called Virgin Media Business, who has about £100 of my money and is ignoring me, and I want to pursue them for a compensation of Vatican debt slave tokens. And
it's
so
not having hang on a second. It's not having your rights back to you and your hands on a play with all of the slavery system destroyed not enough as a compensation packet for you?
I don't know. It's too early in my learning to say. I really don't forget 24 hours, and I still don't understand. It seems vast, but I don't understand it yet.
Yeah, but you understood enough in 6 months to start to decide to lay claims and liens. Now, if you're laying a claim, you are committing fraud. How are you laying the claim? You talked about affidavits in a commercial system. It's gobbledygook even by legalese terminology, and you're just exemplifying incapacity.
And I accept that there is a disconnect. I don't understand enough to be able to say, okay, I can let that go and follow this. It's too new for me, and I need to understand more.
I'm not trying to convince you of anything. That's up to you. Everybody.
I'm not saying you're trying to convince me. I'm just saying I'm still learning.
Yeah, I'm just trying to help you make one big step instead of doing lots of going around in the circles and affidavits.
Thank you. Well, maybe the meeting on Tuesday will bring a different response. As I say, I can only do as much as my brain will process. And given that I only knew about you 24 hours ago, I think I'm doing pretty okay. It is amazing what I've learned, and I'm still not ready to let go of other things simply because I'm still processing.
Good. That's very good. Due diligence. We like that a lot.
And can I ask one more thing, please?
Did somebody say something?
Yeah, just me.
Oh, hi again.
Hi. Yeah. So the sign, so the sign of nature that goes on to the document, which is a thumbprint, there's a witness also over there. So what do we do? Who do we get?
I'm going to let you listen to this video again because I just said that.
Okay.
Like about that.
Okay. Yeah. Sure. I think I missed that out then. Okay.
You must have been out, have you?
No. I've just been sifting through a lot of information.
Asleep. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Because just.
Oh, what did you say?
He was in the private.
Yeah, I think a little too private there, but yeah, I think I missed that.
I think you did.
I just thought I'd clarify. No, just departmentalizing things in my own mind while you speak. So yeah.
That's why it's really great to have it recorded so that everybody can get to it.
Yeah, I'll just go through it again. That's okay. I'll go through it again.
Awesome stuff. Right. So somebody else got their hand up there as well now. Joanne, have you got another question? Sorry, I'm supposed to press lower hand, I see. Okay. Now we've got... now this is intriguing. Who are we? I love that. Nobody knows. Who are we?
Hi, it's G here.
It's who?
G.
Hello, G.
A421.
Hello, 421.
Yes. Good evening. Interesting meeting. I just wanted to say one thing. I've had some interaction with notary publics in the recent past, and what they've told me is that it's just a witness. They're witnessing a document, which doesn't really make any difference whatsoever. It's just an official witness, and that's it. But what I believe, the supreme commander of your power is yourself, and that's where your thumbprint comes into place. No one can beat that. And if we're assigning ourselves as Emoven, that's just as good, because we are claiming that power. Once you claim the power, you're in control.
Yeah, that is okay. I don't know what else to say. Yeah,
I understand that too, Minister. I've been told the thumbprint is a no.
I think I told you about the fact that you only need a second person to second you. If I'd have gone and said that I'd just appeared from the universe at the refugees place and gone through the asylum, it's whoever you say you are, whatever you claim you are. Now, if you're going around claiming that you're from a corporate state, then expect to inherit all of the liabilities that claim comes with. If you simply state, I don't know who I am, where I'm from, I'm looking for that you keep yourself in alignment with universal law, because it's not your job to know. It's just your job to be. You don't have to come in and dissect it all and take it apart and and investigate it, and it only works if I understand it. Just step back. Universal law is all around you. It's what causes you to blink and breathe. You think that you need to pick that apart and try and understand something. You cannot. It's impossible for you to understand or define the indefinable. And if you try to, then it's not indefinable, is it? So it's not universal law anymore. For me, that's just the logic of this. If it's undefinable, and when it remains indefinable, it's everything that you haven't got any definition for, then why would you want to define it? And especially, why would we want to define it as this? If we're going to choose anything to create out from our definitions with, then let's create something, like I said before, about worth having. Elizabeth, you just put something in there about...
I was just loving what you're saying.
Oh, cool. About the whole thing about the security by way of lien.
Oh, yeah, no, you just answered that.
All right, okay, cool. So yeah, it's already done. The job of going and investing your energy in trying to understand something that simply doesn't exist anymore. And I was laughing a few months ago, and they were saying, we need to get a receipt. Where are you going to get a receipt from? You want a receipt from a system that doesn't exist to say, yeah, that terrible thing that we were doing to you, here's a receipt and we're sorry. Do you really think? And now here we've got that one from the company's house. And so, you know, a receipt from a legal fiction, you know, is it worth the paper it's written on, really? And when are we going to lose the value of that belief that we've got, that somebody somewhere has got the authority over you, and that you need to be validated? So we don't. You've got all rights reserved, free energy flowing in row through the universe of energy, and nobody can intercept that except yourself. Now all this is parked away, and because our minds were all invested in that paper fiction, there it is. That's what it looks like. You all agree, you all know. If you don't pay your debt, somebody can come and take your collateral, right? Okay, so just lay that against Her Majesty's government. Didn't pay its debts, it couldn't, because we wouldn't accept what they'd got to settle with. And so we took what it is that they used to build this system upon, one rock. Which rock? Planet Earth. And we swapped planet Earth for the debt that we were creating with her share of the planet and her resources. And we're settling the debt. It's very simple. We all understand that, very basic, because we've all been indoctrinated with it that if you don't pay your debt, the bank's going to come and steal your house. And the official receiver actually said to me, is you're going to try and make some one of our creditors bankrupt. And I got on the phone to her, and she said, don't you think the debtors should pay their debts? So I said, oh, yeah, I do. If you can listen to that, if debt exists and you believe it does, then yes, I agree with you. Debtors should pay their debts. So when is HM government going to pay their debt to the people for getting them to trespass upon their own rights? And she just shut up. It was like, because you are the debtor in this matter. I'm the secured party creditor. And you're trying to determine asset that's secured by us because of the debt that is owed to us by the company you represent. You are my debtor. And they dropped the case like a hot potato. No bankruptcy today. Right. So has anybody got any more questions? I like to do gamma, right? I don't know if anybody knows about gamma. You move your brainwaves into gamma, and we could do this next week for anybody who fancies doing it.
That would be amazing. That would be amazing. I would love that.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. So we'll do a gamma one then on Tuesday.
One moment, if I may.
Sorry.
One last comment. When the demonstration started in Park Lane, I went there on the second or third week, and there were a group of individuals shouting and whatever. I said, you know what, I'm going to have to say something. They gave me the tannoy and everything else, and I had the police cameras on me, everything else. And I said, people, you should not, you must not demonstrate. Remember the creation, it's all yours. You have the power. The police, respect the police because the corporations, they're employed, they're doing their job. But remember, you have the power. Don't demonstrate, but go quietly and claim what is yours. And I'm telling the police now, on the record, and they're looking at me and they're recording me. Yes, you know, you've got my record. If you were to contract with me, each of you, you will be in contract for £50,000 per officer who wish to contract with me today on this land. 2 hours. No police officer came to me, and they were arresting everybody else. I was like an invisible individual in the land, walking up and down, because I gave them notice. They knew what it was all about. They knew, and I knew. I served them notice. That's all I have to say.
Awesome. That's all.
Well said.
A rebuttal, a swift rebuttal to the presumption that they need you to consent to make with them for them to be able to take the jurisdiction of you. It's that simple. And rebut it in any way, you know, that it comes to you. But really, you know, just get out of your own way and the words come. You don't have to think about it. If you're standing there and you're like, there, but oh, what bit do I say next? And no, there's the script. No, just open your mouth and let the universe do the talking. And that's awesome stuff. It does. It's like a vibrational field appears, and nobody comes anywhere near you. And it's not because of the coronavirus. You know, you let the people in that you do want to give a hug to, but they just don't exist in your remit anymore. It's gone. You've remedied the situation because you remedied yourself. And then when the other people see you like that, and they're like, "Wow, what is it that you know? How are you like that?" Okay, well, we did this. And that's all it is. And every single one of us has got exactly the same ability. Doesn't matter what it is that you've been indoctrinated with, that you're an insignificant little speck or will never amount to anything or whatever it might be. You know, that's not yours. That's a projected program to suppress what it is that you really are. And that's what you're assigning. Anything that caused me liabilities, does that belief cause me liabilities? Yes, it does. I'm signing it. It's not mine anymore. If my DNA is going to cause me a problem, I've assigned that too. I've sold it. It's not mine. I've got a receipt. You can't tamper with it because I can't give it to you if it's not mine, can I? So, and you don't know what it is if you took it because it belongs to Minister Emoven. Bam! What's Bill Gates going to do with Minister Emoven flashing away in his gold time Nasara and Jasara system through biohacks? Minister Emoven, bleep, bleep, bleep. Hasn't got a credit file, love. Hasn't got, it doesn't exist in your system. Does it? Can't launder it. Imagine billions of accounts that would Minister Emoven flashing away in there. They'd be absolutely screwed. And so would their artificial intelligence, because it would be, that's it, nothing. Because we didn't give them anything, didn't disclose them. Something really interesting, if you haven't listened to the other ones, have a look on the Facebook group for, I think it's Gateway Drive, 2,800 Gateway Drive or 700. And you can see what it is that was going on while they created these accounts to then launder the money that you were actually paying into the system to make it zero on the balance books and the ledger books so that nothing happened here. Anyway, I've spoken about this before and it's very late now, so I'm going to go to bed. And you can listen to the recordings. Oh, hang on, we've got some more messages in the air. I can't see it. Are you there? Where have you gone? Let me in.
No, not yet.
Oh, can you do me? I'm really struggling. Just send me that over that you put in there to the trust email address, so that I can. It's funny how I can see the ones that are supported by Gmail, but not Proton.
What was that, babe? What I've just sent to Trev?
Well, you sent me something privately. It says here with the.
Oh, I'll have to have a look, darling.
It's done by Bradstreet.
Oh, yeah, I've sent you the email already.
Okay, cool. That's great.
Don't worry. Yeah, no, because I thought you couldn't see it, so I thought, well, I'll send it to you.
Exactly. Who are we?
You're going to like that.
I will. I'm sure I would like it. The link.
Yeah.
Okay, so as you can see, we've got lots of people working away in the background doing lots of amazing things and researching and really you've all made this happen by bothering to learn whatever bit you did learn and sign that consent away from them being able to use it. So it's not so much what I've done, it's the trust that you put in universal law that created this. And so that's why it's so easy for people to be able to do it themselves, because that's all you've got to do. It's very simple. Who are we? Have you got another question? No. Has anybody got anything that they want to say now before I close on the final stroke?
Just thank you, because I've read these documents. I didn't even need to say anything.
Good. Well, that's good.
Thank you so much.
Silence speaks more than words sometimes, right? It's
Well,
just like a massive
but you know
thank
what?
you
I've been up for
from
2
everyone.
days. I've been looking after my sick parents, and it's difficult, and I can't miss this stuff. I want to spread it as well. So
Yeah, seriously, man. That's the only agenda over here right now for me, at least.
people just don't realize what this is going to do. It's
Yeah,
going to
man.
rise
That's
everyone
what
to a different consciousness. It's going to be amazing.
Yeah, we're going to
The
do it all.
world, the consciousness of this earth is going to be. I don't know. I can't even. I feel like I'm home. You know.
Yeah, it's just
I
very
was
hard
born
for
to
people
be
to
here.
believe that something like this would actually change around our lives in such
you know
a
what?
drastic way to make it so much better. But
Yes.
but
Oh,
yeah,
sorry.
people are so used to complexity, man.
No,
So
it's
difficult
programmed.
for people to
You
understand
could
simple
put something
things.
in someone's face, and they will say it's not there.
Yeah, because we're just so used to this whole system of slavery, right?
It's sad. It's sad. Sad for the people
Our minds
like that.
just don't function that way anymore. well, hopefully, and definitely through this work now that everyone's getting together to do.
I knew I was born to do
very
this.
soon. It will.
I was born to do this.
I think anyone who reaches here is literally born to do this.
Yes, right. But what I'm saying
There
is
is no
I've been on
greater
a
purpose in
journey.
life, right?
Everyone here is going to that higher place, and we're going to drag everyone up because it's a natural progression. That's what people have to understand.
Yeah, at some point in time, there's going to be something that someone hears which is going to click in their brain, and then they're going to start doing it themselves. So
humanity has been punished very bad, and it's going to be so nice, so nice.
Yeah, they already are punished, and they know it. They already are. They're done, and they know it. It's just that we have to have our own understanding in our own minds to be able to believe what we actually are here on this planet for. And
yes,
undefined in any case. So
I can't believe people still wear masks. That's crazy. I've never worn one. I said for March.
Okay. I've got to go. You can communicate with each other on your.
We will always communicate.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Minister Emoven. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. It's been great.
Thank you.
Thank
Good
you.
night,
Good night, everybody.
Good night, everyone.
Bye-bye.
Night.
Great. Bye-bye.
Love all.